seen these folks? Nope. They're part of my squad, but I lost contact when they went for field research. If anything happened to them, well, if they're dead, I need to know so I can mourn properly. We tried searching. I'd go myself, but motor systems were damaged a while back. Still, I can't help but wonder. I'll go look for them. You will? Sure. Give me their to start? Yeah, they're in the flooded city. There's their ID codes. We all dual wield, so you should be able to find them easily. If they're dead, I'd appreciate if you'd take their stuff. That's okay. Looting the dead is my speciality. That's me. Aw. Hello, Grid Source. Hello, Inosians. Goodbye, Inosians. Bow. Thank you. War Groove. You got it. Give me a sec. War Groove. Meanwhile, hey again. Haven't seen you in a while. So this will probably come as no surprise, but I have more packages that need to come out of storage. Fine. I mean, hi, Dr. Poppy. Go to bed. Or don't go to bed, as the case may be. Gosh darn it.
Marking objects likely to be the targeted packages.
Sorry. I'm surprised I even get that, Dr. Papa Penguin. Hello, Vigilant. Hello, Ember Eyes. Alright, so... Candyman! The Candyman. Thank you, as always, for that sub. Much obliged. I will put that immediately towards Mass Effect 1. Okay, so Shunk. Shunk. And then... Shunk? Yeah, okay, that's easy. I'll miss out on the loot, but I don't care at this point. I actually was doing a little bit of work on it this morning. I figured out how to make Uhura black. Okay, that may sound like a joke, but changing skin tones on a sprite is not as easy as it sounds, at least to make it look good. And so figuring out a proof of concept method to make sure that I can do that one way or the other is something that I can do now. And that's a huge relief off my mind, because so many of the sprites I use don't have black characters. But now I can just use someone who I think fits them and adjust their skin tone, and we're good. Because that's going to be important for DS9 as well. You know, Cisco, Cassidy, and Travis over at Enterprise. So, that was most of my morning, was figuring that out. Yeah, Jake. Ugh, Tuvok. Although, I might skip it with Tuvok, because most of the Voyager characters are all Mega Man characters. Which don't really have skin. So, I might just straight up skip that one.
That should be everything.
But yeah, you get the idea. That was most of my morning, was figuring that out. Which I did. I've got about 2 minutes left of the video, which is it's not a small amount of work to do. But I already have the storyboarding for the next scene done. Yeah, give me a sec, Crit Source. Yep. package, thank you. My storage is in pretty sad shape. My supervisor came in early and wrecked the place. Seems like I always have to clean up after. Anyways, here's your payment. Alright, let me see if I can remember where I upgrade my pods at. I haven't actually done that yet. Yeah, storyboarding. Anybody who's done anything will tell you storyboarding is a decent chunk of work. And when I was driving up to my niece's, or my sister's, I was storyboarding in my head for the upcoming scenes. Nope. Next one. Okay, so I need 1 natural rubber, 1 torn book, and 5 simple gadgets, and 10 pure water if I want to upgrade both of them. But if I just want to upgrade 1 natural rubber. Double check my math on that. Yep, 10 water, 1 book, 5 gadgets, 1 rubber. If I wanted to upgrade both. I only really need to upgrade 1 because I don't really swap all that often. Good morning, Baron. Good morning, FF12. Meanwhile, the creepy weird anime thing is creepy weird animeing. Like you do.
What is that?
An enormous facility that appeared from an area beneath the ground. It would appear to be machine-related in origin. Further details unknown. Mobile transport platform detected in the section emerging from the facility's center.
So, an elevator?
I have another quest? Well, 10 would be enough. Give me 1 sec to figure out what this quest is. So the Resistance member is usually here? Yeah, he stepped out. Had to make a delivery to the outpost near the desert. Thought he'd be back now, honestly. Can you check up on him? Thanks. Appreciate it. There's a female Resistance member who might know where he is. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have anything unlocked other than machine gun. If I do, I'm not aware of it. That attack right there. Oh no, I do. If, let's see. I do this button? No. What is that? Nope. There we go. There we go. Now I'm using missiles. And let's switch back to Gatling. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Baron. Hang on, I lost chat there. Alright. So the main plot is to go down into the Tower of Doom. So let's go to the amusement park. See if we can get some rubber. Hazel Oak. let's see. Vendor goes this way, I think. Rubber. Ooh, don't need that many. Okay. Do you have anything else I needed? Nope. Hi, Larian. Hello, Honto. While I'm doing some inventory management, and hoping for Crit Source to help me find out where the rest of these items are, you mind if I gush about my knees for a second? Doom Rider doesn't want me to gush about my knees. I'm not sure why. That's okay. I don't blame him. Thank you very much for the sub, as always. I'll put it towards dealer's choice. Give me a moment. I know, Von Falkenstein, I'm sorry. Good morning, Gum Gum. So, while I was there, there's actually two things I want to gush about her. First of all, you can tell she's the creative type. How can I tell that? Well, I asked her if she could show me her favorite piece of artwork that she's made. And without even a millisecond of hesitation, she rushed off and knew exactly which piece of art to grab. And I'm not going to tell you about it. In fact, it's in sealant in a dust-safe area. Hi, Zach Taft. But the relevant point here is that she knew immediately which piece of art was her favorite. She just had it ready to go. And anyone who's ever made something knows exactly what I'm talking about when I say that. You know, the one song, the one play, the one drawing, the one story you just can't wait to show off. It was also this incredibly awesome thing. It was like almost a Where's Waldo kind of a deal, right? And there was these people up here, and these people were painting this person who was shooting this paintball over here, which is hitting this cage. So this person was getting hit by the paint, and over here was Mario, who was trying to escape from Bowser, while this piranha was here. And Peach was just over here in the castle, trying to make it look different, and just all sorts of stuff. Like, she spent a good 10 solid minutes excitedly explaining the whole thing to me. And of course, I was into it. So, you know, receptive audience. So that was awesome. Now, this is awesome for an even different reason. So, behind me here, you may not have noticed, there's actually one new addition to the set. And that is this. Now, this probably doesn't look like much, and that's because Loner is covering it right now. I'm going to hold it up for another second. There we go. Probably doesn't look like much. This is a coin, which is taped to it. And this is a 6-sided dice, which is also taped to it. And inside, if you open up the thing, which I'm not going to do right now, there's the map, okay? Real quick. Thank you, Loner. Diablo 2 has been funded. So if you want to put that towards something else, let me know. Either way. Thank you very, very much. So, yes, I know it's not on the website. No, I haven't updated it. But it was funded last night. So, Republic Commando. There we go. So this is a board game that she invented. Now that's neat enough in its own right, but hear me out for a second. So here's the rules of this board game. On the map, you go around the squares as per your typical approach. Oh God, I'm trying to remember the exact rules, because it's like you move forward. Some of the tiles have a coin on them, and some of the tiles have a dice thing. You roll the dice to see how far you move forward, and if you land on something that has a coin symbol, you flip the coin. If it's heads, you get a point. There's a lot of those. And there's like 1 or 2 dice symbols. If you land on the dice symbol, you roll the dice, and the number that the dice comes up, you get that many points. And then you decide how many loops around you do, and at the end, whoever has the most points wins. Now, this probably sounds really basic and dumb and boring, but I want to remind you that my niece is in the single-digit range. And that is a cohesive rule set that she invented for a board game. Like, it's... I don't know how else to phrase this. Most children, especially around her age, will come up with nonsense rules that don't make sense, or don't have any concept to them, or there's no cohesion to them, or whatever. But she actually made up a functional board game. And I'm just sitting there. I'm a little bit... I'm a little recovered now. But at the time, I was basically glowing with pride. Anyways. Yeah, I guess I am. It's like right there. Anyways. What else do I need to upgrade my pod? Was that it? Was that just the rubber? Is that all I needed? I think it is. Because we decided, or I decided, it was just the one that we're going to upgrade. 100% yes, I don't think that Yorha are trying to win Dr. Papa Penguin. Like, one absolute and total certainty. Especially since, if I'm not mistaken, they're kind of aware of the fact that the machines are allowing them to be, since both sides want to evolve to be more human. And the best way to do that is to have this whole cyclical, get better each iteration thing going on. Which only works if the war keeps going. At least by the way they're doing it. Okay, upgrade. Okay, so I need 3 filler metal and the power-up part M. High chord. Oh, he's totally still down there, Cord. Just playing checkers. Nothing else, just checkers. So, filler metal and power-up part N, crit source. I don't know if I'm Falkenstein. Yeah, it's a fishing thing, Ambrose. And I honestly don't care that much. Let's see. Desert camp should be right. Define GTA 4 effects for me, Baron. They don't have last names, which sounds like slave labor. Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. No, I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm laughing because I pictured a human telling me that, and that was just my knee-jerk reaction to that. For an alien race that functionally has a different mindset and mentality, I can kind of see that. But that's... Don't you dare use my last name. That's my slave name. No! Irax. Oh, yes, absolutely, Baron. This game can go to hell. Delivery guy, he brought me a broken water purifier, which I repaired and returned to him. Then we took to the storage facility. Somebody's still not back? It's over in the city ruins. Helps keep it safe from enemy attacks and all that. He can still be there. Let me show you where it is. Doo-doo-doo. But yeah, I will never replay this game. Put bluntly. I have a clarification for games I will never play on the website, and this is getting that tag. I'm amazed I've played it twice, to be honest with you. But yes, definitely, but all of them. Every animal. I walk up to the animal and I'm like, hey, let's do it. And the animal's like, okay. And there was all sorts of riding and... So how do you ride animals on Wolfenstein? Let's see. So I go here. Use item. I'm not gonna look at that just yet. Animal bait. Okay. Okay, animal bait did not work. Where's the sachet? I bought a sachet. I remember buying a sachet just for you. Where is it? Alright. Let's see what nonsense and insanity Vigilant is pursuing today. I don't know what you're referencing, Vigilant, and I feel like that's a good thing. I try to stay away from news that would cause people to react in the manner that you have. So I think I'm just going to accept that something happened, and that sucks. I'm sorry. Thank you very, very much, Vigilant. Always, ever. Much obliged. Thank you. I have put part of that money towards my niece. Oh, did I mention I was also teaching her about economic transactions and marketing? So, I mentioned that she had the pictures. What I did not mention is that Emil is over here. Where are you at?
Proposal. Use Hellfire to force him to stop.
What I did not mention was that my niece... Why am I evil? So she had set up a shop. So, let me rewind a second. She lives in a very kid neighborhood. Like, pretty much all her neighbors on every side also have kids her age, which is great. Her being able to interact with children her age is a phenomenal thing. So, she set up a shop where she sells her artwork. Now, this is amusing me for two reasons. Number one, because of course it is. But number two, I was thinking about it. She is a little bit older than I was when I bought Mario Bros. 3 with my own money. I've told that story before, I'm sure. And I'll tell it again when we review Mario Bros. 3 in a couple months here. So, what happened was, I was like, alright, and I sat her down and I tried to explain to her the nature of how you can get someone interested in your product, how you can get someone interested in a specific product, how you can encourage them to make a sale. And of course, me being me, I slanted it in the favor of you want them to buy the thing they want, not you want them to buy things so you can make money. Because that is how I think of economic transactions. So, having given her the lesson, I was like, okay, now you need to sell me one of these pieces of artwork. And she's like, okay, let me think about this. And so she decided to go with this...
This must be the resistance storage facility.
Big old picture of a snail, which I actually have. It's in the dust-free thing right now. And she tried to sell it on me based on the fact that she knew that I was interested in the snail story, which she posed about a week ago, which I'm going to use in a future D&D campaign at some point, and therefore, you know, she would actually she presumed that I would be engaged in that because of that, and I could use it during the campaign. Now that's a little bit basic, but it was a good sales pitch, and I did actually buy it for $10. I had a $10 bill on me, and I have what is the next best thing to no use for cash. So
Patterns detected from inside storage facility.
most of my cash goes to her, anyways. This guy, this guy. Dude. Thanks a million. Sorry, can you do me a favor and clear a path so I can get out of here? I hurt my leg trying to force my way out. As you can see, I'm pretty big, so I'm gonna need plenty of space. You have tons of space. But here, I'll give you a little bit more space. Also, you're not that fat, buddy. Come on. Then I helped my sister put away all the Christmas decorations on the Christmas tree, which took longer than it probably should. Especially the vacuuming them up after. Good lord. And then we played Mario Party. I accidentally won. I got trapped while trying to get everything organized. My supervisor tore through the place like a tornado and ended up boxing me in. Tell you what, I just can't keep up there anymore. God damn it, there you are. I haven't seen you in who knows how long, and I find you here sitting on your ass. Didn't I tell you to keep this place organized? Yes, but you were throwing things all over the place and I got trapped. Something's in the way, just blow it up. It's not difficult. But I don't have any explosives. Then build some! I mean, look at all the crap around here. I could build 10 bombs with this. There's no way to... Wow, zip it already. Time to teach you some bomb-making skills. I just work in storage. I don't need to know how to make... Cram it! Even a lowly warehouse man needs to know how to blow things up. I'm figuring out why her name is that. Sorry, my useless subordinate caused you so much trouble. You can have this. It's not much, but whatever. Okay. How do you accidentally win? Well, obviously I wasn't actively trying to win, because that would just be mean. I'm playing against my sister, who doesn't play video games regularly. My brother-in-law, who is currently on pain meds for surgery. And my niece, who is young. However, what ended up happening is I had 1 star, and someone else had 1 star. And then the bonus round showed up, and I won both bonus stars without intending to, if that makes any sense. Like, that was not a goal I was working towards. So... It's okay. At one of the challenges we got...
Investigate tower that appeared from the cave.
Let's check it out.
One of the times we got a challenge where it was me and her versus her parents. And we crushed them! And I was very happy with that. There were many high fives. In my heart of hearts, I don't think I'm bad at video games, Zilok. It's one of the reasons it irritates me when people tell me I'm not. Oh, I'm not exactly like a top-level speedrunner or anything like that, but I'm rather pleased with how well I can adapt to the massive variety of games I play on a literally daily basis. Especially given how many of them I've never played before. Where was this, Crit Source? Factory hangar. course, I don't have. I mean, it's right there, but... Well, whatever. I actually have actual side quests to go through. Let's see here. Flooded City. And that's it, actually. Oh, it bugs the crap out of me, Zillow. I'm not gonna lie about that. It's one of those unique things. I don't know if I'm the only person who's bothered by this, but imagine for a moment that someone walks up and is like, "Hi. Untrue statement, untrue statement." And it just bothers me. Because they say, I'm phrasing this wrong, but it's when someone tries to make an argument by using extremely inaccurate information or an extremely inaccurate presentation to try and slant it as if you're terrible. You know, like, let's say, for example, that you've never played a game before, and then you play it for the first time ever, and someone says, you know, I've seen speedrunners play this game before, and they're much better than you, so obviously you're bad at this game. You know, that kind of an argument. And it's like... What? I think it's doing more damage, because we're doing 65 damage a shot now. I probably tested it before I did the upgrade, but whatever. Hi, Colgrim. Yeah, I was gonna say, most people probably know exactly what that feels like with regards to controversial topics, rather than, you know, silly things like whether or not you're good at video games. That is... oh, that's fun on the thumb. Probably not gonna do that. Unless it's the boss. Thank you, Melkor Blade, very, very much. As always and ever. Also, happy birthday. You are getting a treat today, right? Remember, a treat doesn't have to be sweet, it just has to be a treat. Here, Mike. Congrats, Cord. I think that's the word I want to use for that. I'm gonna stick with congrats. Congrats!
Alert. This is one of the Resistance members we were asked to locate.
I was afraid we'd find this. The only personal items are these dog tags.
Analysis. Remaining transmission records indicate the Resistance members were attempting to retreat from battle. Analysis of final coordinates complete. Marking locations on map.
Let's go take a look. Maybe some of them will still be alive.
Yeah, what's funny, at least from my perspective, is that the whole "you suck at video games" thing goes back so far that I've been encountering that since I was a kid, in the NES era. I don't mean me personally, although I suppose it does apply to me personally. I just mean generally, the haha, you suck thing. You know how it is. mean, I rated Persona 5 as good, and I'm never playing that game again, more quickly. Although, I will freely admit, I actually liked Persona 5 better than this game. It's just, there's gargantuan asterisks attached to that. That's true of Wolfenstein. And Persona 5 is inherently a more positive game. Ironically, Persona 5 is in many ways all about positivity. Really. It's just interesting to think about. I mean, yeah, there's the rebellion against the man, those rotten adults, but the core theme is really one about trying to improve the world and make it a better place. Like, that's the core theme of Persona 5, you know? And yeah, Royal also added well, I don't want to spoil Royal, but let's just say that theme comes up in Royal as well, and leave it at that. I'm staring right at it, I'm just not seeing the pop-up. Is it over by... It's by the dude.
Man, there's blood everywhere. Whatever happened must have happened right here. Talk about a bad way to go.
Brats. Oh, Sue! 13 Sentinels, I believe it's on the list, FF12. Not particularly well funded, but I do believe it is on the list. But yeah, the big asterisk with regards to Persona 5 is, A, the entire final chapter, the one in between Royal and the end of the game, which is just a massive negative for me in every axis. And B, the game is just, it's so long. And not in a good way. Like, it actually does not respect my time at all. If it wasn't for those two problems, that game would be so much better for me. Let's see, where's the other one? By contrast, this game has excellent combat and some obvious, you know, good design elements, good story moments, and then just sort of punches me in the balls every now and again. And I know, controversial statement, but I don't enjoy ball punching. Which is funny, because I know some people do. Metaphorically, I mean. If anybody enjoys that literally, I don't know about that, and I don't want to.
Alert. This is one of the Resistance members we were asked to locate. No vital signs detected. The unit is deceased. Alert. Emergency support request found in transmission records.
When was it sent?
Approximately 12 minutes ago.
That means they're still alive. Let's go.
Target location data obtained. Marking on map.
Not even close, Colgrim. No. That's... No. No! I could probably name the number of games I've 100%ed on one hand. Yeah, 12 minutes is quite a ways, but we'll see. They're totally alive. Everything's fine. But yeah, I compare Persona 5 to this game because both games are very popular that I reviewed well that I'm not super fond of for their own reasons. Persona 5, because the empty text problem is so bad in Persona 5. It's just... Every minute of awesome is followed by 9 minutes of padding. I might as well just call it the Kingdom Hearts problem at this point, because Kingdom Hearts has the exact same problem. Even Kingdom Hearts 3's major negatives, two major negatives to that game, one on the story axis, one on the gameplay axis, were for the padding. Because once the Kingdom Hearts 3 got going, it was like, yeah! And whenever we, fingers crossed, hopefully one day, review... Really? Review the other Kingdom Hearts games, I'm pretty sure they're going to get the same frickin' things.
Over there! Initiating rescue!
Revenge! Claim your revenge! Avenge the pain of our comrades! I hate androids! Hate them! Choose them! Kill them! Destroy them all! Violence rules this world! Violence is all! Kill each and everyone! Tear apart those who resist us! Kill!
I feel like they're trying to tell me something. I'm not sure what, though.
You will die writhing in pain! Oh, hail the machines!
I'm gonna have to, aren't I? Alright, whatever. Yeah, they just have way too much health otherwise. Time to become Hackerman! Again. Failing. I screwed up my timing completely. Good morning, Lope. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, Moon. Wait a minute, what's the moon doing here? Ah! So the world was destroyed because the moon joined my stream. I always knew I'd end the world. Here we are. By the way, not to plug, but the chordance that I made of this song the other night is currently live in Discord, for anybody who didn't notice it. I know one person noticed it because she commented on it. There be such a thing as a nice suit? I don't think I believe you, Mr. Red. I still haven't worked on any of the other chordances, but I had one of those inspiration moments, and in my experience, if you have an inspiration moment creatively, you jump on it. I gotta warn you, it's a 17-minute song.
The hostile machine life forms have been defeated. Alert. This is one of the Resistance members we were asked to locate. No vital signs detected. The unit is deceased.
Damn.
Analysis. All missing Resistance members are deceased.
I suppose we'd better return their belongings.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, thank you again, Vigilant and Melkor Blade, since I'm probably going to put some of that money towards grabbing Burger King today. What? So, they have this burger. It's not actually that new. It's like a year old from, at least here. What's it called? But I've completely fallen in love with this thing. Hang on. It's their Big Mac, but it's so much better than a Big Mac. The Big King XL, that's it. This stream brought to you by Burger King. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Rex. Yeah, I used to get Burger King onion rings regularly, and I stopped because the quality. I've noticed this. I mean, I've been around fast food since I was pretty young, but I've noticed the quality of fries specifically goes up and down, like, across years. Have you ever noticed that? Like, you remember when McDonald's fries were king, and then Wendy's fries were king, and then Wiener Schnitzel's fries were king, and then Burger King fries were king, and then they added that weird chicken grease thing to the Burger King fries, so they went down in quality, and the McDonald's fries, they stopped using salt for a while, and they just changed the recipe over the years. And you just kind of track them as each restaurant kind of goes up and down in terms of quality. It's fascinating, really. And you can only track that across years because they take forever to do that. Like, it's not the kind of thing that just happens on a weekly basis. Yeah, I think he could pull that off, Zactaft. Truth be told, I'm not super into Five Guys fries. But if I had to put one who I think is on the top right now for fries, it would probably be Wendy's, because Wendy's is at a nice space right now for fries. Then probably Five Guys. Then I have to think about that. I don't exactly get a lot of fast food at this point in my life since I mostly cook, and I don't eat a lot anyways. I'm not sure who I put in the number 3 slot right now. I'd have to think about that. So anyways, they're all dead. So what's left of their personal effects? Oh, I miss A&W so much. Moment I used to have a regular thing. This is back in Colorado, so I would have been 7 at the time. We had a regular thing. There was an A&W place, and we'd swing by and get root beers and fries and like a burger. And it was really simple, but it was good. And we both loved doing that. And of course, it was a moment to just hang out with my mom, which I always loved doing. Yeah, no, that is thunder that I'm hearing. How long is that? Oh my gosh, it's supposed to storm all night. And tomorrow. Ooh, okay. Good to know. Okay. Anyways, here's what's left of the personal effects. Thank you. Put the flowers with them. Yeah, I'm imitating an old ritual. The humans had traditions when it came to mourning their dead. I know that doesn't mean much to us, but I want their souls to find peace. So, here's the million-dollar question. And to my knowledge, this game does not actually answer this question. Do androids and machines have souls? Because souls do exist
Tradition
in this
of mourning
setting.
the dead. To be.
Sorry, blow up Alex. Dude, A&W was legit, and then they stopped existing. At least anywhere I've lived. I mean, I have studied the setting quite a bit, and there is certainly some bleed over. Between humans and intelligent life that isn't humans, is what I mean. There's a big smear of gray in the definitions between the two. Also, if I might be so bold, if the theory, because it is a theory, that Sonoshi is awesome is true, well then, I'm afraid I give up. I can never surpass Sonoshi. He's too amazing for me. Thank you for your awesomeness, Sonoshi, as always. Very, very much. So we haven't decided yet. We probably won't decide for a while, because those games aren't going to be funded for a while. So, put bluntly, the only way... I will not decide which version of the Mass Effect games we're playing until it's already out. And so, who knows? Well, considering that we know at least a machine can make a pact, since Eve does, Wanta, that by itself could be considered evidence that at the very least Adam and Eve probably had souls. But there's another layer I wanted to add to this, just really quick. If the theory... started this sentence already. If the theory that... I try so much. I fail so hard. If the theory that the gods are specifically anti-humans because they are not inventions of the gods and therefore cannot be controlled is true, coming from what I can stand, mostly from Drakengard 3 and also the backstory of Drakengard 1, then that would line up with why the Watchers go so far out of the way to mess with both the machines and the androids here, because the androids and the machines are, well, excuse me, because the androids are directly an invention of the humans and therefore, you know, sins of the father, yada, yada, yada. But as a further addendum, the fact that they can mess with them to such a degree, to me, implies that the souls exist, even if the souls are not fully developed, because... I don't know how to explain it, because that's how the pattern works for me. That's how it looks, if I were to zoom the camera out, so to speak. Yeah, that's why he gets the tattoo, exactly. That is the only hard evidence I have, is that Eve gets a tattoo. Which means Eve had a soul. Pretty much demonstrably true. Oh, that's a new attack. I mean, is that a downside, Sierra Mike? We all know the Air Force is superior to the Gropos in every way. Whoa! Okay. I accept that.
Hello, and thank you for choosing Tower System Services. We apologize for the inconvenience, but locks on each sub-unit must be deactivated before accessing the main tower. Have a great day.
Query. What is the motive for a machine lifeform to provide such an announcement?
There's no reason for anything they do.
That is not true, Ninos. If gods didn't make them, why would they have souls? That's a good question, but the same thing applies to humans, because the gods didn't make humans either.
Hello, and thank you for choosing Tower System Services. special offer.
So, okay, do you want my theory? Because I do actually have a theory about that. It's kind of spoilery for the whole series, but the reason I have this theory is it kind of fits the overall thematic pattern of other Japanese storytelling I've seen. So, spoilers, just generic spoilers for the whole franchise in 3, 2, 1. I think humans are an aberration. I think they're the kind of thing that wasn't intended to be, was not designed or planned to be. Now, I don't know where they came from. They could have literally been a random mutation. They could have been something that was birthed from a god, like half-god kind of a things. That's a frequent story trope. But one way or the other, the humans ended up having souls, and that's the aberration because gods don't have souls, and because the inventions of the gods don't have souls, because they're not supposed to. The soul, ergo, is the actual aberration, not the mentality or the freedom of will or the mindset or the violence or whatever else you want to affix to that. It's the soul itself that is the aberration and is against their overall plan. They wanted for a nice, uniform, plain kind of a thing where everything is nice and organized and goes exactly according to their design. And then these guys just show up and it's like, what are you doing? No, stop that! I might have to glue these Legos into place, that kind of a thing. And so my theory is that the humans, I think it's an aberration. I think it's a random mutation, to put it bluntly. That they just kind of started having souls, and as a direct consequence, the souls are not really any kind of natural design, put it that way. Now, Crit Source is absolutely right. This is why I mentioned this kind of thing is relatively common in Japanese storytelling, because there's a lot of Japanese storytelling centered around the idea of collective society and how that is arguably a bad thing. We've already covered, God, I think like 5 games just in the last year that have that exact same theme. But exactly, Colgrim. The humans are a cancer, and they're trying to cut it out. Or, the humans are the only things actually worth a damn, and the universe is trying to stamp out the only actual spark of life in it. Whichever take on that you'd prefer. By the way, I do have one other piece of evidence for this. Everything we know about the aliens, and I did a bit of a digging into the aliens off camera, is that they were... that they didn't have souls, I think is the simplest way I'd put that. That they didn't have self-determination, they didn't have free will, they didn't have that spark. They're literally compared to plants in this game, but even in the backstory stuff, they just showed up and said, go kill the enemy. Their big plot was to just colonize the planet. Nothing big, nothing special, nothing fancy, and there's no individual alien who's ever expressed. In fact, the aliens are always discussed as if they are one cohesive entity. Sound familiar? So, my take on that. Yeah, Mr. Red, that's what I just said, so I stand by it.
Safety keys are required to access tower subunits. We apologize for the inconvenience, but access is not permitted at this time. However, today we have a special gift for first-time visitors to this tower. A tour of our brand new resource recovery unit. We look forward to serving you again.
The heck was that?
A forced message from the enemy system. Said message relays the locations of objects known as resource recovery units.
Now they're just messing with us.
Yes. Yes, they are. See you around, Mr. Red. Enjoy the walk. Hate the terminals. What am I looking up at? I mean, I've looked at the tower before, if that's what you're wanting to look at.
Hey, Pod. Give me a rundown on what happened while I was resting.
Affirmative. Relevant data concerns the massive facility you just accessed. It appears to be machine-related in origin, though further details are unknown. Additionally, the large structural units launched from the facility have been detected in multiple areas.
Large structural units?
Said units were marked as goals earlier. They are believed to be so-called resource recovery units.
What do these units do?
Unknown.
Where's A2?
Unit A2's position and current status are unknown.
All right. Mark the positions of those units on my map, will you?
Proposal. Unit 9S should state his intentions.
I'm going to wipe out the machines.
With the bunker destroyed, previous orders to Yorha units would be suspended. Proposal. Rendezvous with resistance forces and confirm chain of command.
I don't care about chain of command. I have one goal now. I'm going to kill every last machine. And then I'm going to kill A2.
As much as I don't like 9S, and I don't, I would like to give credit to the voice actor. Since, you know, he does a good job with it.
Oh, hello there. Such a nice, quiet place here, isn't it? No distractions at all. Pity about all the junk, however. I keep trying to clear it away, but it seems to be never ending.
Pascal, that's...
Pascal? That sounds oddly familiar. Oh well. Would you like to take a look at my wares?
So there's the decision to wipe Pascal's memories in a nutshell.
Not that I'm sure what any of this actually does, or why it was left here in the first place.
I still stand by my statement it's a bad choice. I still stand by that negative. That could be tainting my opinion on it, Larian, I'll admit it. Whoops, forgot to finish up that one. What do you mean, crit source? I'm gonna need more info. Proposal. Unit crit source should explain and elucidate. Just for you, Von Falkenstein. Ah. I mean, that is my GMing style, crit source, and writing style in general. Make of that what you will. One other thing I've noticed that a lot of media, but especially Japanese media, likes to do is, "Hi, I'm here. I am here. I misunderstand what you just said. Therefore I hate you. padding, 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 padding. No, it was actually this. Oh, okay, then I no longer hate you. Friends forever.
To be. I'm not quite sure what it means to mourn. Or even if we have a soul to concern ourselves with. But I hope you're at rest, 2B. Sweet dreams. I'll be with you before long.
Ain't that the truth? Or, I mean... And effectively, yes, Michael. If you've ever heard me use the word sitcom, you may have noticed I tend to use the word as an insult. I probably shouldn't, but it's because so many sitcoms, especially in the 80s and 90s, did exactly all the terrible writing tropes. Yes, I did, Crit Source. So much of what I personally consider to be bad writing, bad storytelling, bad television is just kind of central to how sitcoms were structured for years. You know? Oh yeah, and this is also for you, Von Falkenstein. Die, monster! You don't belong in this world. Alright, where was I? There, I think? Yeah. I've only seen tidbits of WandaVision, as in literally scenes. But can I just say that it's nice to be confirmed to be right about, I can't remember her name, and that she's actually a good actress. She can slide so neatly in and out of a particular role. It's terrifying, and I love it. Jeremy Lee? No. Yeah, Elizabeth Olsen. That's it, I think. Start fishing.
Huh? Fog?
Analysis. The fog is actually steam emitted by a large enemy structural unit.
Steam? For what purpose?
Unknown.
Sure, give me 1 second, Melkor. I guess it's gonna pause anyways, whatever. Pull up this. Find Malachor. Send Whisper to Malachor. If you have Whispers hidden, then you're not gonna see this. I hate Twitch's interface sometimes. Go away! There, Whisper to Malachor. Grab link. Send link. Boom. There you go. Hello, Eclectic. We already almost have saturation on the vote, too.
Hello. This is the Resource Recovery Unit. Now activate defense mode.
I think I already had it on Falkenstein. If I didn't, then I have no idea.
Is this writing? I can't read it.
Analysis. Writing is an ancient language known as angelic. It reads, meat box.
Okay, then.
Again, just straight up screwing with us for no good reason at this point. It's almost irritating to me how much of the plot of Route C is just them screwing with us. Because remember, they have an actual goal here, which they've basically already succeeded at. I'm not talking about yet because we're not there
Is
yet.
this entire building made of machines? Even on the inside?
Analysis. Many useless parts unrelated to machine lifeform functionality detected. The reason for using said parts is unknown.
There's no meaning to anything they do.
This forest is our forest. Your Majesty. Revenge.
I didn't kill him. What's your issue? I don't think so. That would have been kind of cool. Noticed I am, for the first time in a long time, actually ahead of the X curve. I wonder how long I have been. There's a loot I can't pick up. Remember, we are still at a no spoilers status for unrelated topics, especially shows that are currently going live, so please keep quiet about it. Fresh reminder.
So much pain.
I usually update the list nightly. I haven't updated the list last night, but it is only one day out of date. Why do you ask, General Fox?
To die.
Machines can't feel pain.
I know, Michael. I'm just... It's a good thing to remind people every now and again, because sometimes people unintentionally start yammering, spoiling things just because they're so excited about it, right? I understand that. They don't think about it. And I would agree that what One Division is doing is, you know, good from an overall perspective. But then again, I've been saying that since before it came out, so what the hell do I know? By the way, I did totally call it. I've been calling it for like over a year at this point. Well, I'm pretty sure I know Jack 3 is on the spreadsheet. Might not have updated on the thing, because that might have been yesterday, and again, I didn't update the list last night. Nope, so Jack 3 is not on the list, but it is there, I just haven't updated it. Like I said, because there's a whole process with converting it over, which I haven't gone through yet. I actually fully anticipate that the modern shows will be the next things funded for Streamations, which I'm totally fine with. Pretty sure Stargate will also have a lot of... SG-1 specifically will have a lot of support, but we'll see when we get there. What time exactly, Michael? I'm having trouble even getting the side projects done I need to get done, like the Trek animation intro. Never mind the stuff I want to do just for myself, which is completely off the table.
This cannot continue.
Yes, I did, Zach, that thing.
Oh, shit. Shut up!
And that's why I give credit to the voice actor. It's harder to yell and be a good voice actor about yelling than it sounds. That'll be interesting, since I'm already aware of the story. I've read some of one of the books, I forget which. Anyways, I don't know if that'd be a plus or negative either, Zach. I'd have to see it. I'd have to be in the moment. There's no... We've already done a rumination on this game, Colgan.
Machine parts.
Speculation. Perhaps these are raw materials from the structure itself, possibly useful for creating weapons.
Weapons, eh?
Yep, totally making weapons. A Rebel Wars?
Prepare energy. Close range firing mode. Maximum output.
9S.
Fire.
Do it. Kill me. Do it. Kill me, coward. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me.
Nine S is doing fine. Everything's cool. Nines has destroyed the core of a resource recovery unit. Has obtained an authorization key in the process. I'm concerned about its worsening psychological state. Care should be taken to prevent him from coming into contact with A2. Affirmative. Likewise, this pod will make sure A2 avoids an 9S. Key.
Alert. Abnormality detected in vitals of Unit 9S. Proposal. Commence data overhaul immediately.
Pod, search for the other structural units. I need to find those authorization keys and destroy the tower.
Alert. Combat inadvisable during abnormal vital conditions.
It's fine. Run the search.
Scanning. Actively operating enemy large structural unit detected in accessible location. Marking location on map.
The pods are fascinating because they have to follow orders, but they can avoid information or mislead in order to try and gauge orders that they want. And they've got another facet too, which we'll talk about later. Correct, Rex. This is literally just straight cruelty. In the most classical sense of the word. This is, well, let's hurt some people before we go. I don't see why not, Gum Gum. Sorry. Strange question. I keep using that word cruelty because it's something I've encountered in real life, actually, but also in fiction a lot. It's someone who's really their only goal, their only purpose, the only thing they're after is causing pain. That's the goal. Malevolence, you know. Although malevolence doesn't quite get it. But you get the point. You get the point. Did I already give a positive for that? Hang on. Ah! I have so many tabs up right now. Because I have so many sprite sheets that I'm sorting through right now. Let's see. So honestly, I hate to say this, but I'm thinking of another positive-negative combo. And it's for 9S. It boils down to positive for presentation, voice acting. Negative for sitcom trope, for lack of a better way to put it. Because I will 100% give credit to 9S's voice acting. He is kind of nailing it. And you can kind of feel the arc he's going through right now, if you can even call it that. But what do y'all think? No, if someone killed my sister, I would become an omnicidal maniac, crit source. Well, no, there is an arc here. 9S was noticeably and deliberately more emotionally unstable, violent, and bloodthirsty even before this. It's the Eris Tifa thing, to put it as bluntly as I can. Tifa is like, oh, I'm all pink and cute and girly, but actually she's the tomboy who's very coarse and used to living on the slums. Tifa's this rough, tough-looking, person who actually punches people to death, but she's the motherly, kindly, emotionally vulnerable one. It's the same thing here. 9S is portrayed in the early parts of the game as being this whole I'm innocent, I'm lovely kind of person, but every time he's allowed to have his actual personality peek out, he is the one who is the more bloodthirsty, the more violent, the more negatively inclined one, right? It's like Walker over there. Walker is actually a homicidal maniac. I've meaning to say that for a while. But it's okay, because we tolerate homicidal maniacs here, and thank you very, very much, Walker, for being a homicidal maniac. As always. Hang on. Towards dealer's choice, you got it. Which we're still debating how that's going to be going forward, but that's another topic. Yeah, 2B is also kind of the opposite. A killing machine who is a caring person. Yeah, exactly, Caroline was. So you're a unit, then you survived. I'm 9S. I heard of you. People used to call you 9s, right? I'm 4S. It's impressive you're still alive. You're Type 4, huh? You guys are deployed pretty early on, if I remember correctly. I sure wasn't expecting to run into another scanner model. Not after what happened in the bunker. So what are you doing here? Gathering intel on the enemy. Yorha might be a thing of the past, but the resistance is still around. So long as my body works, I will make myself useful. Do you have any information about the local enemies? Can you share it with me? I can log on my own. Sure, here you go. Hello, Rydia. Rydia. If you obtain further enemy data, let me know. This sounds like a terrible quest. I'm already picturing that I'm not going to do this. Yep, no, okay, we're not doing that one. It's another quest we're not doing. Add it to the pile. I'm comfortable with 70%ing this game. Flooded City. Flooded City. Yes, they did, Rydia. They kind of got invalidated by more modern runs and more modern reviews. And for various reasons, they had to remove because YouTube, so they were removed. That's the summary. There's a whole discussion there, but that's the summary. Because YouTube. Oh, I could totally see 9S being a zealot.
Hello.
So you're on good source.
This is the Resource Recovery Unit. Now activating defense mode.
Ain't that the truth, Rydia?
There's something written here, too.
It reads Soulbox.
Aha. I know, right, Toaster? That's the kind of thing that Dive would say over there. Hello. I am about to engage defensive mode. Have a nice day. Bam, bam, bam! If I ever design a video game, it has to have Dive as a super optional now. And I might make him undefeatable. And, like, the point isn't to defeat him, it's just to last as long as you can. And then that's your score, is, you know, how long you manage to survive. And the whole time he's like, hi. I'll get my niece to voice him. Hi. Just so you know, I'm about to crush you. Boop. Better look out. My next attack is going to make a wave hit the entire arena. And then she makes a wave that hits the entire arena. Or he. It's my niece, Woody boy. Whoa!
Oh, I get it. I have to break the system protection before I can reach the core. Huh. So that's how it works.
And notice how he just sounds kind of dead now. You know what I mean? This is why I praise this voice actor. He's doing a good job. Almost as good a job as the paranormal pimp. Now, does that mean you are paranormal who is a pimp, or do you pimp out paranormal things? Either way, thank you very, very much for that sub. I've put that towards Fallout New Vegas. Thank you. So, I think we're codified here. Plus to story, negative to story. Boop. Boop. Hey, Javin. Put me up, yo. Hey, Javin, you might actually appreciate this. I'm going to skip the long version, but my niece made a functional board game. It's really simple, but she actually made a functional, makes sense, cohesive board game. Gosh.
Oh my! Look at all the machine life forms you've murdered. Such dogged persistence is worthy of us, and the reward
Now they're just messing with us.
Yep. Straight up. Curious what faith is. Whoop. Of course it's a sword. Right, I was gonna try out the daggers, I forgot to.
Analysis. There are 2 blocking devices on this floor. Proposal. Hack into all blocking devices.
Yeah, I'm trying to debate if the no music is deliberate or not, because sometimes it is, and sometimes it's just a bug that we've encountered. Like, we've had moments where the music is bugged out and should be playing before demonstrably. And we've had moments where the music has overlapped the other music, because... See, it's funny you say that, because the last resource tower we had music. So maybe that was the bug, was the fact that it had music. I don't know. That's the problem with bugs. You're always left wondering how much of this is deliberate and how much of this is not. I was talking about that during Cyberpunk, too. True, Rax. We did have combat, which may have overridden it. No, it's Savacom, run! It's too late. She's already donated for us to play after year. Tower facilitates and process. The tower facility processes and computerizes resources sent by the resource recovery units for use in the launch device. Made up of 256 stratum, it can filter and compress information with a turbidity of less than 2300 and have it recorded into the payload in approximately 27 minutes and 32 seconds, allowing for a diversity learning error rate that is 7.21%. Details regarding routes required for digestion of androids are recorded separately.
That huge structure is some kind of launch platform. A structure that size could probably shoot something into space pretty easily. So this is some kind of cannon aimed at the human server on the moon?
Insufficient data. Cannot confirm or deny.
Damn it.
Now the music starts. And now I have to mute it to see Savacom's donation. I mean, yes? Why would you want to? What insanity is this, Savicom? But nevertheless, thank you very much, as always. I will put that towards Lufia 1.
Analysis. There are 3 blocking devices on this floor.
Yeah, and I hack into all of them, right?
We already know at this point, Petey Bar. The humans have been extinct for millennia. Arguably since about the 2000s. That's getting into debatable territory. Depends on if you count the Shades and the Gestalt resultants as humans, which I don't, admittedly. But they've either been extinct for about 8,000 years or about 5,000 years, take your pick. Either way, they gone. They've been gone. From random strangers on the internet. I don't want to go to jail. I mean, I already gave it a plus, Casual. I'll be honest, the majority of the music is not my style. But there are enough good songs, 3 good songs, and I can tell the quality of it and the Yoshi drums is good, that I was willing to give a positive regardless. One of the only times I've done that, actually. I think the soundtrack does lean on vocals a little bit too much, in my opinion. But yeah, at least it's not jazz. Oh my god. I couldn't give a game that has a jazz soundtrack a positive to music. That's not in the cards. It's like asking me to give a restaurant a positive for good black licorice. It's like, But... The only way I could judge coffee, like if I was to ever become a food critic, is by the smell. Like, that would be the metric I'd use, how the coffee smells. Could be interesting. I'd even put that in the review. This coffee smells excellent. 3 out of 10. Aw. Trying to be fancy. Ah! Now I'm screwing up. Trying to be fancy lore. The following document details the final stages of Project Yorha. Yes, I am, Petey Bar. Note that this document has been marked with level SS confidentiality and should not be disclosed to any Yorha personnel, including the bunker commander. Each Yorha unit is equipped with a black box, an item created by reusing the core of a machine lifeform. As such, it could be said to be the consciousness of the Yorha unit, and machine lifeforms share the same structure. Said black boxes were installed after determining it would be inhumane to install standard AI in androids that are ultimately destined for disposal. For the record, malfunctioning black boxes have caused some Yorha units to turn hostile.
The Yorha black box circuitry. It's made from cores from the machines?
Bingo!
No, it can't be true.
All elevator controls unlocked. Proposal. Investigate the next area.
Yeah, surprise. Those Germans on the other side of the trench? Yeah, they're people too. Shocking. Up is down and right is sideways. Everything you know. Of course, Javan. And of course, Javan actually pointed this out earlier.
What's going on here?
But it's why
Body.
it's why the hacking framework for both androids and machines is the same.
Those are my memories. But why? That's 2B's data. I know these are just memories. But still. No, don't. Don't do this. Damn it, stop! Stay the hell out of my goddamn memories! These belong to me and me alone! Get away from them! You're going down. They're mine! My memories! You hear me?
Anyways, this is why he got a plus to story. Ironically, I'm the same way, Rax. It's also the only song I distinctly remember from Dragon Guard 1.
This is the current status of Unit 9S.
Affirmative. His mental state has become dangerously unstable. Action must be taken immediately.
I noticed something while providing support to A2. Enemy machine lifeforms have begun sharing data with each other.
We'd better look into that.
I'll share the data with you, so see what you can find out.
Affirmative. I also have a separate report about 9S.
What is it?
I'll share the data. His psychological state has deteriorated to a grave level.
We'd better handle that quickly, too.
Agreed. Not sure what we should do, however.
Agreed. Proposal. Rest, combined with data checking and maintenance.
Agreed. I will make the suggestion immediately.
I know several people asked about the pods yesterday. Several people just mentioned the pods right now in chat. I've been biting my tongue about the pods because I have thoughts about them I want to share.
Where's
We're
the
not
next
there yet.
resource recovery unit?
Alert. NFCS failure. Speculation. Failure caused by intense combat and lack of maintenance.
Near-field controls are down? Great.
Proposal. Overhaul system at resistance camp.
I don't have that kind of time.
Alert. Entering battle without a functioning sword constitutes an unacceptable risk. Unit 9S should have Devila initiate repairs at the resistance camp.
Shit.
All I will say right now is if you actually sit back and think about the capabilities of the pods, just as shown up to this point, they are at the very least technologically more advanced than the androids and the machines combined. really think about what they accomplish. Even just up to this point in the game. And what they're capable of. Did you ever play World of Warcraft, Larian? Or watch the Legion lore run? Marluxia?
Oh dear. What happened to you?
Wounded in battle. NFCS not functioning.
I'm amazed you were even able to drag yourself here. This is gonna take a bit, so just hang tight. This is terrible. Your motor cortex is full of holes. I can't believe you even managed to walk here. All right, you're all good. 9S, I need you to promise me something. Don't die alone. I don't think 2B would want that either.
I know.
Done! Sorry. I was just gonna point you to a specific song, which is how I tend to like vocals being
Mark
used
the
in
next
music.
resource
That's all.
recovery unit on the map.
Affirmative.
I mean, isn't Drakengard 3 not even officially released in the States on Falkenstein, or am I misremembering? I know I never even heard of it until, like, 2 years ago. Well, either way, veto. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Veto. Frankly, I shouldn't have even allowed Drakengard 1, but Drakengard 1 slipped in when I was allowing any game. So... I'm just gonna chop that one off hard. Same with 2, by the way. And I played 2. Damn mission. Most of my complaints about 2 are on the gameplay axis. I mean, granted, that's also true with Drakengard 1, but, you know. 2 didn't bother me. The only thing 2 did that was weird was have the sky shattered by alien pulsating things. Which is honestly kind of low tier. But 2, ugh.
Hello. This is the Resource Recovery Unit. Now activating defense mode.
2 had what I like to mentally think of
Over.
as the Guild Wars 1 problem. Hi, here is this massive arena. Look at this huge map. Imagine each one of these squares is like a whole screen of space, and you have to go through this whole map and go over here, talk to this guy, then go up here and kill this guy, then you have to go around here and kill this guy, and then you have to go over here, and over here is a boss fight, and if you die, guess what? You go all the way back to the beginning. And God, that got frustrating. I hate that in general in gaming. No checkpoints, no mid-mission checkpoints. I've given negatives to that before, but Drakengard 2 had that pretty bad. Not as bad as Guild Wars 1, which still has it the worst. Wait, did they... You bastards! They crushed the theater! What about the Romeos and the Juliets?
That language again.
This reads God Box.
God, huh? What are these machines doing talking about gods?
Well, they shall become... Oh, never mind. Like, I like Guild Wars 1, but especially some of those prophecy missions were just nuts. Like 2-hour missions that if you screw up in the last boss, you have to do the whole thing all over again. No, it's only in missions, Dr. Papa Penguin. You know, the main content of the game. They actually smoothed it out later by shrinking the size of missions. But again, those prophecy missions were just mean.
Pod, why did the machines attack Pascal's village? Aren't they all the same?
Unknown.
Well, aren't you helpful?
Proposal. Unit A2 should gather further data on the current state of machine life.
Hello, and thank you for choosing Tower System Services.
Huh?
We've got some very exciting news for everyone today. There's only one lock left to remove on the Tower System. And in order to repay you for your faithful patronage, whoever dismantles the final substance will earn a special prize. Good luck!
The hell was that?
Large structural unit of machine lifeform origin activated to the east.
A large what now? What the heck is going on around here?
Unknown.
Well, let's go check out this large structural unit.
Ahem. Thank you, Maze, very, very much for the sub. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt the cutscene. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. As usual, do you know where you want that one to go? So why is Drakengard 3 not for review? Because screw that game. Any questions? That is kind of the reason. I have no interest in it. It's a franchise I don't like. It's going towards a hat in time. Thank you very much, Maze. You're awesome. And so to talk that out a little bit in more depth, we had a brief period where I allowed any game to be donated for as long as it fulfilled streamability requirements. That was it. That was the only requirement. And as a result, a lot of games got in that honestly probably shouldn't have. And Drakengard 1 is one of those. Nowadays, I'm allowing myself what I call the executive veto, which is me just being able to say, you know what? No. Either because I'm not into it, or because it's going to be too much of a pain to play, or because it's something that is going to affect me emotionally and mentally, or whatever, right? And so I execute executive veto on Drakengard 3. Where am I going? Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, there's actually an objective reason why I say no to Drakengard 3. And that would be the fact that the frame rate. Low frame rate, choppy frame rate, legitimately makes me feel slightly nauseous and gives me headaches. It's one of the reasons why I tend to get really irritable when a game gets really choppy. It's not just the fact that it looks bad, it actually makes me kind of go, ugh. Make sense? And so for a game like Drakengard 3, which I have seen gameplay of, no thank you. I don't want to put up with, 20, 30 hours of that. So, there you go.
Alert. Excessive combat activity will put unacceptable strain on your body.
Shut up!
Negative. This support unit is assigned to Yorha Unit 9S. As such, being concerned for said unit's well-being is a requirement.
Whatever.
Oh my god, he's turned into Squall. Don't worry, I won't strain my body. You'll kill everything for me. I'm going to debate that in ending E, Larian. While we discuss some other things, too. But you're right, I should at least jot down the potential so I don't forget about it. Bots, question mark. do. The Forest K. I mean, hi K. What's up? I also admit the idea of a flower growing out of your eye kind of grosses me out, but that's unrelated. Screwing with 9S, okay, and I guess A2 as well, but mostly just screwing with them. See, there's the concept K, which thankfully you're not really familiar with, called cruelty. Are familiar with it, then we need to have a talk. I mean, that's kind of my point, Rax. Is that they could literally have been like, okay, we're done. And just left, right? They could have just gone. And instead, they decided to do this whole song and dance, wipe out Yorha in the bunker, because they can. And then torture and torment some of the only androids left on the planet. Because they can. Frickin' terminals. We need to have the doctor have a visit with them. I was also thinking about it the other day. I'm not actually sure that that ending E was necessary is how I want to phrase that. I just want to put that in your heads to think about while we work our way up to it. No, then they'd be the Sinistrals, K. I mean, yeah, there's the final decision, which I get the point of that. Which I'm totally doing, by the way. Actually, there are 5 Savicom. Eris, Amon, Gades, Daos, or Daos, or however you're supposed to pronounce that, and Eric. Oh, yeah, I get you, Rex. There we go. actually agree with you on that, Kira White Noise. I mean, the Daleks are terrible, but they're kind of a binary terrible, you know? Which works. You know, there's something to be said for what the Daleks are, narratively. But I think they're as worse than the Daleks. If the Daleks had a button that would wipe out all life that is non-Dalek in the universe, they'd press it without hesitation. That's a Dalek right there. The Terminals wouldn't press that button. Not for a good reason. This is ignoring the fact that there are Daleks who can grow beyond that and can be slightly more complex than that, yada yada yada. Even if we take the worst of the Daleks.
Model 210. Operator?
Operators are standing by.
Oh no. So this operator model is...
Affirmative. Operator 210. Volunteered to undergo Type B equipment transition during previous descent. Sent to front lines as Unit 21B. Recorded as missing in action 4 hours later.
No.
Just so you know, we decided to bring out the ones that you care about specifically. Because screw you! God, they twist, 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 twist. That's not what I meant to hit, but thank you. Damn it, stop doing the... Ah! I keep trying to shoot and it keeps doing this attack when I'm not actually trying to.
Operator!
All that damage didn't count. Just for you, my lords. Ah!
Please keep... Mission related.
I can see that, Larian.
Affirmation. Supplies.
You're welcome.
A2.
2B told me. She told me she wanted you to become a good person.
You... Don't you dare talk to me about 2B!
Where'd he go?
Analysis. Yorha Unit 9S is still alive. Query.
Well, arguably, Luke. Contact initiated. What's the matter, Pod 42? This protocol is not an interface intended for conversational use. Acknowledged. However, this pod has a confidential transmission for Pod 153. Understood. Begin transmission. An error has been detected via the transmission network between 1042 and 153. Hypothesis. Said error is fragmented data caused by deterioration of transmission environment. It may be so. However, it may also not be so. Message unclear. Clarification requested. After repeated information exchanges between multiple pods, an unexpected phenomenon has occurred. We have pods developing unusually protective feedings towards support targets 2B, A2, and 9S. Query. This be our... will? Unknown. The definition of will is unclear. Will is the question of whether pods are capable of self-determination. Even if it were possible, such actions cannot be abided. Successful mission fulfillment is all that matters. Whatever the case, we tactical support units have a duty to see this through to the end. Tutti? You sounded like an android just there. Agreed, but just as androids are influenced by humans, so are we tied to our creators. Perhaps. 153. Do not die. The concept of death has no meaning to tactical support units. However, your expression of concern is appreciated. I also hope that you do not die, Pod 042. Yeah.
Physical check complete. Memory check complete. Maintenance mode complete. Yorha Unit 9S. Activate. Good morning,
Yes,
9S.
orthopox. That is just my speculation, but yes.
Analysis. The enemy structural unit collapsed during battle. Unit 9S suffered damage from the fall and was placed in emergency suspend mode. Fall location was deemed too dangerous, thus said unit was transported to current location. All system checks and reactivation complete.
Operator.
Operator Model 210 is deceased. Black box signal not found.
Oh. Situation report.
Tower access authentication key acquired.
Well, I mostly meant in relation to my earlier theory, which I know you weren't here for,
Required number
Java.
of authentication keys have been acquired. The tower is now open for investigation.
Yeah.
Good.
Now, I admit Javan's idea is certainly horrifying because that means the gods were always doomed to failure. And given the cyclical things that they love doing in this series, it wouldn't surprise me if they've accidentally birthed aberrations that have souls, and then wiped them out, and then birthed them accidentally, and then wiped them out, and just over and over and over across millennia. I just want to point out something that's going to be important in a few minutes. This, they don't need to give us access to this tower. There is no benefit to them to giving us access to this tower. They could completely lock us out and that's the end of that. Just keep that in mind, okay?
Hello, and thank you for choosing Tower System Services. We apologize for the inconvenience, but locks on each sub-unit must be deactivated before accessing the main tower.
The terminals, okay.
Great day.
I mean, I guess I could see the argument, Javan. I don't agree with you, personally. But I could see the argument that they could benefit from some minuscule, insignificant, irrelevant way by allowing us into the tower. But as you say, it's like giving away the actual location of the Death Star too, you know? Yeah, the terminals. Oh. We've been spending like the entire stream bashing the terminals because screw them. I don't mean bashing them because they're stupid. I mean bashing them because they're horrible. They are.
Congratulations! You've unlocked all of the thought units. That means a special prize is waiting for you inside the tower. We look forward to serving you.
Alert. Enemy caution level rising. Cause is most likely concern over Unit 9S gaining access to tower.
Out of my way!
I don't know what neurology has to do with it, but otherwise, yes.
Damn it! They won't stop coming!
Alert. Allied signal detected.
Allies? Wait, you?
9S? We've been expecting you. The two of us will take things from here. You need to open the door to the tower.
Devila? Obala? What are you doing here?
Remember your promise?
What are you talking
It is a nice fake out, I'll agree.
Hack in while you can.
None of this makes any sense!
We'll explain everything once we're inside.
All that loot I'm missing out on.
We've got this, 9S. You just focus on hacking.
Why can't the camera be this far out normally? For those of you who haven't played Nier, they were actually secret villains in Nier. And so, you know, we're here and we've got our weapon to attack you, but then they help you. Meta twist. It works by playing to the player's expectation, the viewer's expectation. No kidding, Rex.
What's this barrier?
Analysis. It is part of a closed defensive system.
Well, how do I break it down?
Hypothesis. Unit 9S could permit its self-consciousness data to lose control. The resulting energy surge has an acceptable probability of temporarily paralyzing the barrier.
That's almost as bad as not going in at all!
What happened?
It's the barrier.
Hopala!
No, don't! You can't do anything! The wall's got a self-closing
Enough!
algorithm!
Devil and I, we have to atone for our sins no matter what!
But if you do that, your circuits will...
Devil! Right.
Literally throws him through.
Devila!
I hope you don't regret this.
it's probably worth noting that if they hadn't done that, things would have probably gone a lot worse. And that's all I'm going to say right now. Thank you, FF12, as always, for that sub. Appreciate. Gratitude. Thank you. Do you know where you want that one to go, or would you like Church of Valdez to choose? Hello. There we go. Alert. Data records discovered for units Devila and Popola. Do you wish to open it? Yeah, sure. Sure. A dusty wind kisses my cheek. Buried in the sand, we press forward one step at a time. We have nowhere else to go, after all. Because our models, the Devila and Popola models, are defective. You got it, FF12. Church of Valdez, if you know where you want that to go, please let me know. When we first woke, there were still people. They had flesh, egos, emotions, souls, and they issued us a single order: function as observers of Project Gestalt. This is the sole mission of the twin Devila and Popola models. It is the only reason we exist at all. That's why they gave us this stunning red hair and these rockin' bods. We were the latest model, though many companions shared our appearance. There was a sparkle in all of our eyes, a sense of pride at having been entrusted with humanity's future. And yes, there was anxiety as well. But we existed as a pair. We shared destiny's burden as a pair, and because of that, all hesitation was swept away. Each pair was given their own cities as observation areas. We were ordered to guide the replicants with our own hands, all for the sake of the promised time that would one day arrive. We were the only ones who could handle such a duty. We were observers, after all. Watch out! Devila staggers and falls into the soft yet unforgiving sand. I hurry to her side and sigh with relief when I see she's not seriously hurt. Are you alright? Sorry, sis. Guess I spaced there for a bit. She smiles, the same wry smile I know so well, and she absently rubs at her leg. It's wrapped in a white bandage. Your bandage is coming undone. Here, let me change it. It's alright, Popola. Come on, we have to go before we lose the light. We won't be going anywhere if sand gets into that thing. Now quit whining and hold still. I'll be quick. Devila grunts and turns away. I take it as consent. So, soon we are resting in the shade of the nearby rocks as I pull the bandage free. Artificial skin, torn and bloodied, peeks out from underneath the bandage. Judging by Devila's current lack of ambulatory control, I imagine the circuitry beneath has been damaged as well. Taking a deep breath, I have a choose-your-own-adventure. Trails in the Sky 2. Church of Valdez, you got it. Check the circuitry! As expected, wiring in the nerve circuitry has been damaged. Replacing it will require new connectors and some tools, none of which are easy to find in a desert. Sorry about this, sis. A wry smile again. It kills me every time. Don't you dare apologize. You've done nothing wrong. I calmly change the bandage, try not to let my worry show. I make it as tight as possible so no sand can slip inside. It's all I can do until I get proper materials. That's going to be a tall order considering our current condition. I'm sorry, sister. Okay, now you're apologizing. We both apologize, while insisting the other's apology isn't necessary. It's kind of funny in a way, such a trivial exchange under such circumstances. We laugh together, the sound echoing across the desert before being stolen by the cool evening wind. There has to be some way to prevent relapses. Devila's sharp voice echoes in our private quarters. You must be quiet, sister. The replicants will hear. Pfft, they wouldn't understand even if they did. That might be true, but regardless... Annoyed at my hesitation, she crosses her legs and scowls. The Black Scrawl took another victim. That's 3 this month. It's spreading way too fast. Let's wait and see what happens. I'm tired of hearing you saying that. Her shout makes me jump, just a little, but enough for her to notice. Seeing that, her eyes open wide. I'm sorry, sis. It's not your fault. I shouldn't have lashed out like that. It's okay, I understand. It's all going wrong. You feel it too, right? When I was first assigned to Project Gestalt, I was over the moon with pride. But now my chest hurts just to think about it. If it were to fail... Before we knew it, the replicants had gained a sense of self, and the Black Scrawl started raging out of control. It moved fast. So fast. Like a wind. Popola and I would go to the observation room and act like it was all okay. We'd talk to the replicants as if we didn't have a care in the world. But at night, we'd just hold each other and share the horror of it all. I'm glad you were with me. I couldn't have handled being an observer alone. We were able to endure because we had each other. Did the humans see this coming? Is that why they made a twin model? Were they really so clever? Were they really so cruel? I couldn't have done this myself. I would have descended into madness. I simply couldn't bear a burden alone. When I get the chance, I'm going to try and contact another city, she says. Maybe the abnormalities are a localized phenomenon. I pray that's the case. Even if we're of no use ourselves, things will still work out if the other observers can pull through. Don't worry, it's all going to be okay. But it wasn't okay. Nothing was okay. All thanks to the pair of Devil and Popola modders from another town. The wind rubs my cheek. The sand grazes my skin. It's grown cold out here. We walk with renewed purpose, hoping to make up for lost time. Devila loses her balance every now and again. It gets bad after a while. I slip myself under her arm so she won't fall again, and we press on. Is your leg alright? Well, I doubt I'll be dancing anytime soon, but yeah, it's fine. She smiles as she says this, but I can tell she doesn't have much left, and yet she continues to smile. Also, I won't worry. I remember when our Resistance allies injured her leg. I was furious, beyond fury. I wanted to scream and cry and lose myself in it. And then she smiled, and all the rage just drifted away. To think we have the same face, yet such different smiles. One day I realized how she reminds me of the martyrs I'd seen in old records. That was the day we decided to leave town forever. Our role as observers ended on the day Project Gestalt collapsed, all due to the actions of Devila and Popola models from another town. With the original Gestalt lost, humanity was doomed to inevitable extinction. Knowing this, we gathered what remaining replicant data we could find and launched it to the surface of the moon. And though success was as unlikely as finding a lost sand grain in the desert, we still had to attempt it. We still had to try. We were androids, you see. Protecting humanity was our instinct. Other androids, beholden to the same instinct, began to direct their hate at the Devila and Popola models who'd snuffed out humanity. It started off small, a few offhanded remarks, the occasional glance, but even the smallest things have weight, and with enough of them combined, that weight becomes a boulder. Emotions boiled over, remarks became jeers, and soon enough, my sister and I were the perfect target for persecution. At first, we simply accepted that our friends turned on us. It was almost unavoidable, I suppose. We were observers for Project Gestalt, after all. And while we didn't cause it to fail, the people who did, well, they looked just like us. So we accepted the resentment and scorn, and we endured, because as crazy as it sounds, we actually felt responsible. We moved from town to town in an effort to avoid persecution, but in one such town, my seemingly infinite patience finally broke. My sister Devila met with unprovoked violence at the hands of a resistance member. She said something in response to his taunts, something quiet. And though her words are ambiguous, he slashed her leg nearly in two. My vision narrowed, everything went red, and then she smiled at me. It's okay, sis, there's nothing we can do. But it was too late. My emotions were no longer in my control. I'm simply not strong enough to stand aside and let the most important person in the world come to harm. Devila and I left town the same day. Violence like that wouldn't stop. It was going to happen again. And it wouldn't be coming from just one person. So rather than let them kill us, we ran. I guess it was the greatest resistance I could muster. We lose the sun as dark clouds gather overhead. We continue our march. A cold wind blasts us, stealing what little body heat we have left. I smell rain in the air. We continue our march. Sometimes we hear animals howling in the distance. It makes us flinch every time. But we continue our march, because this is even better than suffering at the hands of our fellow androids. Why must we suffer this persecution? I know we're the same models as the androids who doomed humanity, so I understand that part. At least a little, anyway. But at the same time, we're not them. We're not the same. We are who we are, and that Devila and Popola were who they were. That's how I felt when I saw Devila being hurt. I wanted to shout it at everyone. I wanted to scream. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one Devila, and for her, there's only me. No one can take the other's place. Rain falls from the sky and stimulates our sensation nerves like cold needles. We need maintenance badly, but that's a pipe dream, I suppose. No android would dare help a pair of outcasts like us. You cold, Devila? I'm alright as long as you're with me, sis. I feel the same. We press our bodies together to retain heat. It's cold now, much worse than the searing heat of midday. But we just smile at each other and keep pressing on. There's another camp on the other side of the desert, a new camp. If we can just get there, I can fix Devila's leg. And yet, I wonder if there's anywhere on this planet that will take us. Hey, what's wrong? It's nothing, don't worry about it. I do what I can to suppress the anxiety in my chest and keep walking. The rain grows worse, lashes at us without pause. Is this our punishment? I reach out and support her. As long as we have our bodies to support one another, as long as I have someone with whom to share my fate, then I will press on no matter what happens to me. Because I won't ever stop protecting her. I won't stop. No one stops. For that is the fate we twin androids have been assigned. The failure to manage the area resulted in the collapse of the Gestalt system, which led to the decimation of the human race. Due to the discovery of its instability, the twin system was removed from future android production designs. Following the incident, the Devila and Popola models were not dismantled. However, in order to prevent further unexpected behavior, they underwent a memory wipe. Furthermore, they were reprogrammed to generate constant feelings of guilt.
That is all that remains from their personal record during the era in which they were referred to as administrators.
I see.
Query: why do the androids Devila and Popola seem to prefer death over surviving alone? There was a very high probability that at least one could have escaped.
I hope you never have to understand.
Affirmative. Query: why does this tower possess an entrance at all?
To screw
All
with
material
us.
transport takes place via aerial vehicles. It is irrational for an infiltration route to be so easily accessible. Hypothesis: entrance is a trap.
I don't care. I just have to kill them all.
So a little bit of a deja vu here. Deja vu.
Corrupted Yorha units!
Hello, and thank you for choosing Tower System Services. We're so pleased you've chosen to visit the tower today. Don't forget about the special prize for the guest who unlocks the last subunit in the room just ahead. You're going to love it.
I'm gonna kill you.
One more twist.
2B models? I'm glad I got to see you here. I truly am. I'll tear you apart. Every last one of you!
Good morning, Fatima. Finest.
To be! Don't worry, I'm going to kill you now!
Oh, thank goodness for that. knowledge, there's actually a lore point about how 9S actually was reprogramming himself on the fly, thanks to how advanced he was as a model, to be a combat model. I don't know if that's codified or just speculation.
Alert. Enemies detected.
Still a few stragglers, huh?
That's fair, Javan.
Alert. The structure known as the tower has opened its gate.
Let's check it out.
We're back.
A2, right? We went ahead and opened the tower. 9S is already inside. I see. A2, right? We 9. I see. Say, did we manage to help?
You did. Don't break too quickly now.
The player, Mr. Red.
This is a Yorha corpse.
Hypothesis. The corpse is likely a result of Yorha Unit 9S's advance through the area.
Let's go. What's the purpose of this structure?
Unknown. Proposal. Gather additional data.
Someday I need to teach you how to be helpful.
So there's where the explosion happened, by the way. I'm not sure how strong silicon is, but... Trying so hard not to make a Kingdom Hearts reference here.
What's up with this place?
Hypothesis. It is a representation of a library.
What's that?
A library is a data storage facility constructed by past human civilizations.
I suppose we have to hack in to look at the data, yeah? Help me out, Pod.
Affirmative. Hacking interface access rights granted to Yorha Unit A2.
Peachy.
So, Adam, storage record, Eve, storage record, Yorha communications, Yorha server, human establishment record, human heritage record, tower system, tower subsystem, Special units, plant species, animal species records.
This tower looks like a data gathering system for the machines.
Yeah, could you imagine if they tried to archive all of the Horizon Zero Dawn reference? Correct, okay. You liked it, Michael. Thank you. Outline. Predicted human server infiltration route. Dummy protection installation mount. Block. Genetic storage warehouse information location. The one Devil and Popola went up there. The only thing that's actually on the moon.
These records are from the human server on the moon. The machines hacked that deep into the system, huh?
Oh, yeah. They are the system. Now, not that it means much, but you'll notice that this hacking minigame, and all of these, are actually different than every other one we've encountered. Different targets, different layout. Yona, chest x-ray, no abnormalities, heart echo, no abnormalities, continued chronic renal failure, convulsing, seizures in the diaphragm, no vomiting. The patient's condition makes further treatment impossible. A report will be submitted to the management committee detailing courses of action in the event of patient's death, focusing primarily on how that information is to be manipulated with respect to the original. As backup, in the event of sudden worsening of the patient's condition, she is to be assigned 5 additional doctors. For Yona.
Some records on old humans. Damn it, this is useless. There's too many of them.
It's no use! Because why not?
Operational summary of model number 2 in Project Yorha. This data.
Don't worry, Sonic will always be with you, Always. Okay, real talk, am I the only one who thinks his eyes look weird? Like, not in a good way. Like in a, why were they rendering it that way thing. It's just him. Of all of them. I mean, 9S is a pretty weird dude.
Stop. I have to keep fighting.
Alert. Virus detected in locomotion region. High probability that infection source is
I
traced.
love how my healing is outpacing the damage.
Hack into self and eliminate virus.
On it.
Virus eliminated. 95% of functionality restored.
Fair, Javin.
Your HUD Unit 9S. Your HUD Unit.
Hey! The terminals.
Welcome to the tower. Welcome to the tower.
You bastards!
Because you made it this far, we have a special announcement just for you.
So I didn't know this until, like, a couple days ago. That male voice in the background, that's Darren DeFrickin' Paul.
We'll reveal it once you destroy all the machine life forms here.
Time to mention, just to really hammer this point in, that these machines are either A, brainless, or B, completely brainwashed and innocent. Just to really hammer this point in here.
You did it. Now let us show you what we promised.
Good morning, everyone.
This is Project Yorha. That means all of us. To be...
Now you know everything. Do you still wish to fight?
Yeah, again with the weird eyes.
We are conceptual human personalities created within the machine network. We cannot be destroyed. You're Unit 9S. Your attack is meaningless. Your existence is meaningless.
Shut up! Keep them coming. I'll destroy them all. All of them. And this tower!
mean, that would make sense, Javin. It would very much tie into the hubris idea. Meanwhile, in the present...
Who are they? You're gonna show me a good time.
Yeah, I actually already mentioned the failure from the start thing earlier, but that's kind of when it's brought into Ninus' face. Yorha was never actually intended to succeed.
Damn it!
Alert. Enemy hacking detected. Proposal. Retreat immediately.
I was actually wondering about that one, Jordan. I didn't recognize the name.
Who are you?
Good to see you again, number 2. Or should we call you A2 now? This does bring back memories. Though to concepts like us, time has little meaning. Still, when we wiped out your forces, it made quite the impression on us. You're attacker model number 2. An experimental disposable group created as a test lab for Project Yorha.
Shut up!
You're an honest little android, aren't you? Didn't we say that you can't kill us?
Damn it!
A very minor point, but I should point out something, and that's that the terminals consistently refer to themselves as they, as in plural. We, us, etc. Just keep that in mind, okay?
Proposal.
What now?
Utilize the enemy's logical learning function to formulate a weakness.
I don't know what that means!
This pod has serious concerns about Unit A2's cognitive abilities.
Shut up and explain it already!
Said strategy would interrupt the enemy's logic circuits, causing a computational delay.
Meaning what?
Do not destroy the enemy.
Huh?
Striking at the logic circuit requires a certain number of enemies to remain extant for a certain period of time.
Oh, what the hell?
Consciousness data saturation rate 30%.
It's also very amusing.
Consciousness data saturation rate 60%.
The androids the human race left behind acted as if they wanted to be human. The machine life forms the aliens left behind act as if they wanted to be human. We resemble each other so, but we are networked. Thus, we are superior to you.
Hypothesis. The enemy's defensive system is prompting an evolution of its logic.
Foolish androids. Why do you resist? All things end with accepting death, do they not?
Consciousness data saturation rate, 90%.
We are one, and yet we are many. We are finite, and yet we are infinite. We are the embodiment of the perfect being.
Hypothesis. The enemy has become aware of the diversity of life.
I see it. The light. We move on, forward, to the future.
Consciousness data saturation rate, 100%. Hypothesis. The enemy's consciousness has begun to fracture.
We need more evolutionary pressure. If we allow this android to continue living, we can create even more hardship for ourselves. Overcoming the crisis this creates will present an opportunity for our kind to evolve even further. We disagree. This android is dangerous. It must be destroyed immediately. Those who would doubt our victory are enemies. Do you truly think you can win?
What the?
Analysis. The saturated consciousnesses are now in conflict with each other.
They're acting like humans.
Run hell, terminals. Piss ants. Damn it! Didn't I just kill you?
Is this thing seriously still kicking?
Speculation. It is driven by remaining data located within enemy servers.
So this
Yeah, no. The terminals just wiped themselves out. Like, in fact, oh, by the way, hang on, I'm sorry, this is a big boss fight all, but that's the best moment of the entire game as far as I'm concerned. The terminals thinking themselves to death. Rot in hell, you bastards. Yes, I'm putting that in the review. That's a great moment. They got what they friggin' deserved. Jackasses. So, one of the most common questions I've gotten in this entire run, over and over and over, is the question, is there any chance this world can get better? It's a very common question when it comes to our reviews. The only reason I think the answer to that is yes, is because the terminals are gone. And I've been keeping quiet about that for quite a while. But now, with the terminals gone, yes, the world can actually get better. Freaking finally.
Analysis. It appears to be a leak of the enemy's past memories.
Like I said, piss ants. Do I think it will get better. Well, we'll talk about that later, because we've still got 3 endings to go through. Although we're pretty close to 2 of them. I mean, you're positing geological...
I believed you. I believed you. I believed you.
Very clever.
Become a god. Become a god. Become a god. Has become.
Move, please. Ah, nope, apparently not. Wrong button. Wrong button. There we go. This is just gonna be me plugging my chordants of that song again, because I spent a lot of... That was like a 2-hour chordants. I spent a lot of work on that one. I actually agree with Larian on that point, by the way. One of the arguments that I tend to hear against fiction is, well, why now? Why are things happening now? And, well, that's a valid thought, and in some cases there's no good answer given. In many cases, the answer is simply because this time a feather dropped 1 inch to the left instead of to the right. Which it is an exaggeration, but you get my point. Statistically speaking, with so many variables involved, something changes every now and again. And then something changes enough. And here we are. By the way, very appropriate giving 9S the shooter sections while giving us the combat sections as A2. Just saying, I would have leaned even more into this aesthetic if I was making this game, but again, I'm not, because I'm worthless and terrible.
Take their lives. Take their. Become as gods.
As gods. As gods. As gods.
This blood is precious.
I couldn't think of one, by the way, Gum Gum. An Easter egg that I liked.
So we destroy you
I never
too.
came up with one. Sorry. I'm sure there's Easter eggs I like, I just couldn't think of any.
What's all this junk?
Speculation. It is a resource of some kind.
Used to make what?
Unknown.
The good news is this cannot continue. I didn't do ranged build last time, by the way. Totally should have done ranged build last time. Genetics is the word I meant, not genealogy. I'm sorry.
to fight. Why do we exist? I see light. The light. We will soar through the sky.
In case you didn't catch the main theme of the work, here they are completely spelling it out for you. Dodge through that one. Actually, I think I'll agree with that. So, let's see. That was for... Do that. Codify that positive. Get rid of that. Okay. So this is kind of awesome. If you can't tell, each little is a switch in perspective. And God, why can't we have more games that do stuff like this? Oh yeah, hang on. Sorry, I need to give another gameplay positive. I need to write it down before I forget it again. Let's do it this way. Let's put this into its separate positive, put this into a partial. Can I hate to stop here, but I need to pause here. By the way, this game totally should have had co-op. So I'm filling out an aggregate positive with only a single point, but I think it's a big enough point to warrant a full positive by itself. Or finishing up the aggregate, rather. The FF8. In Final Fantasy VIII, you play as these people. And then periodically you'll switch to playing as these people. And every time it pops up, there'll be a menu that's like, hey, would you like to swap all your stuff? And for all intents and purposes, while there are some small differences between the actual characters, they play based on what your stuff is, what the setup is. I'm kind of dodging around specific spoilers in the off chance anyone's never played FF8, but you get the idea, right? You change your equips, you change your bindings, your GFs, and this person now effectively plays like this person. You with me? What very few games do is make a thing where you can play as whomever and make that work while not making you swap. Let me try to talk this out a little bit better because I feel like I'm failing at this here. This game would actually be irritating to me if I had to maintain a completely separate build for 2B, 9S, and A2. Instead, there is the build. It's effectively the player's build, for lack of a better way to put it, and you just switch between people, and the playstyle, while different in some ways, because he can only equip one weapon and he can hack, whereas she has the taunt and the 2 mega death dooms, and she moves differently than he does, and 2B, or 2E, excuse me, moves differently than everyone else does. There are some differences, but for the most part, the equipment build just neatly slides in and out. And it really showcases here, because we're just swapping back and forth between the two, and my playstyle doesn't really have to change. Now, that is effectively a quality of life feature. And there are ways they could have done that better. And yeah, if you really want to change builds, there are 3 separate builds, which you could just swap and play and blah, blah, blah. But the fact of the matter is that I like this, and this is cool, so aggregate plus 2 to gameplay. Yeah, that's kind of... The thing happening on the fly is what really sold me on that being pushed into a full aggregate positive. So who should we do first? No. Do we not have a choice? Okay, well, never mind then.
This tower is a giant cannon that's aimed at the human server on the moon.
No, it
If we
isn't.
don't do something, all of humanity's remaining data will be destroyed.
So what? None of it matters. Or didn't you know? We aren't required in this world anymore. Humanity is extinct. That moon server you're so worried about was invented to give us androids something to fight for. And Yorha was created to perpetuate the lie. But in order to make sure no one ever learned the truth, we were designed to be killed. They built a back door in the bunker and programmed it to activate after a certain amount of time. The commander, me, 2B, sacrificial lambs. All of us. Isn't that hilarious? Doesn't it make you laugh?
9S, we...
Shut up! You killed 2B. That's all we need to kill each other.
2B hated to keep killing you. It caused her so much pain. The 9S type is a high-end model. They knew you'd discover the truth eventually. But the model designation 2B was just a cover. The official designation is 2E. Number 2 type E. They were a special class of members designed to execute Yorha units. But you knew that, right, 9S?
Shut up! Shut up! What do you know? You don't know anything at all about us!
Proposal. Cease combat. Fighting her at this point would be
Pod
irrational
153, I order you to halt all logical thought and speech. This order shall remain in effect until you confirm the death of either myself or Unit A2.
Weird thought of the day. This was one of the final plot twists in the whole game. It was one of the first things I learned about this game. Way at the beginning. 2B was actually introduced to me as 2E. Put it that way. Woo! There we go. Yeah, amnesia kind of brought that into the forefront among other things.
Pod! Hack it!
Acknowledged.
So sure, Jovan. I mean, I thought I knew, but go for it.
Pod, we're going to repair 9S's logic circuits.
Acknowledged.
Tell me where to find the virus corrupting 9S.
Affirmative. Yorha Unit A2. Core data for 9S is stored ahead. Alert. Severe virus corruption. Probability of successful deletion extremely low.
I think I know a way.
The idea under consideration is not recommended. This pod is a Yorha tactical support unit. As such, it cannot approve of actions that would damage its supported unit.
You're not so bad, Pod. You know that?
I mean, he is the MVP of the entire game. And arguably this setting.
I'll take care of everything. Pod. Take care of 9S.
What of you, A2?
I've still got something I need to do. You go ahead.
Acknowledged.
I'm sorry. I never quite realized how beautiful this world is. I'm coming, everyone. I'm coming.
So, I'm gonna... This... Still weirded out that there's green on this planet, but let's not go into that. Chapter select can now be accessed. Hey! Also the debug menu, which is right trigger and back, which I don't know what that is on the keyboard. But whatever. Okay. So they're all dead. Chapter select. Okay, so what do we got here? No, I know. I'm debating if this deserves a full positive or not, put simply. I feel like it does because because it's New Game Plus. I mean, I don't buy it at all, Gum, but it's an interesting way to explain it. Ugh. That's true. There's no admissibles, and arguably more importantly, it contains the progress marker, which is very important when it comes back to, you know, when you go back to completioning. You know, for example, I could go do that chapter as 9S now, specifically because I know that there's 2 things I didn't get there. 2 quests I didn't do there, more accurately. So, yeah, I'm leaning towards plus. I'm not sure if this qualifies as 2 pluses. I suppose... No, I cannot go. I suppose the real question is how many pluses would Diablo 3 get? Do you mind if we debate this for a second? Because Diablo 3 is kind of the ceiling for New Game Plus for me. And thus, determining how many pluses there are that Diablo 3 would get would give me a range for pluses. Because we've already seen the floor for New Game Plus. We've already seen games that just barely eke in for getting a plus. In fact, I'm pretty sure we've given an aggregate positive for New Game Plus before because it was a very threadbare plus. So we've already established the floor. So how many... Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. I need to decide how many pluses Diablo 3 would be for New Game Plus. Because Diablo 3 has what I personally consider perfect New Game Plus. It has the ability... It has chapter select like this does, but it also has chapter select at the fly. In other words, you just have that. You don't have to beat the game 3 times to unlock it. It's part of the base game. And you can do it in one of 2 separate modes entirely, which change the nature of how that works. And you could switch or swap to individual moments within chapters, not just full chapters. And I suppose that's really only 2 steps better than this, now that I'm saying that out loud. So I think... Let me think about this. Let me look up FF10 too. Yeah, that's kind of... That's the general direction I'm kind of thinking, Jovan. Is a plus for New Game Plus, a plus for Chapter Select. Because most of the games that go above and beyond do it in the form of something like a Chapter Select. No, it's not controversial. It's just you. I don't know what to add to that. Plus, I'm kind of busy right now. 10-2. Like you're asking me to discuss why I think it is that superpowers cannot come from genealogical stuff. I don't know what else to add to that. No, I don't agree with that. But it's a good way to explain it. Here we go. Okay, so. Now, see, on that, we just disagree, Jonathan, but that's okay. We can just disagree on that. I mean, I'm the person who thinks you should be able to play Chrono Trigger and not have to beat the game to access New Game Plus. But that's mostly by virtue of the fact that I enjoy playing Chrono Trigger and New Game Plusing before I've beaten the game. That's a common thing for me. Actually, the X gene is total stupidness when you really think about it, Zactap. But it's magic confetti, and we just accept it. That was exactly what I was trying to say to Gum Gum, is that it's magic confetti, so I just accept it. What's another game with New Game Plus? Help me out here. I actually can't think of one off the top of my head. We've reviewed several. Sorry, I should clarify. What's a game we've reviewed that has New Game Plus? I've never actually gotten around to it, Sovacom. Persona 5 does? Really? No, you're right, now that you're saying that. Fallen Order had a crap New Game Plus. I'm looking at FF7R1 right now. Because if I'm remembering correctly, yep, there it is. I even mentioned it. FF7R1 does, in fact, have Chapter Select. Yeah, sorry, it is pouring buckets here. It's going to be for like a day and a half, so there's not a lot I can do about that. I like Jobin's idea. A plus for New Game Plus, and what is effectively a separate plus for Chapter Select. Yeah, I like to have a cup of coffee right here boiling. I enjoy the smell of it, so I just leave it going. I would almost call it a new game plus chapter select, like to clarify the type of chapter select it is. Yeah, it looks like for crosscode I gave a plus and a minus, which I stand by the way, for new game plus. I like Javin's idea. Let's split it into two. We'll debate Diablo 3 when we get there. That's a ways off. But for now, I think... So, FF7R1 had a chapter select. Is there any other game we've reviewed that has that? Because I'm going to have to go back and add a positive to FF7R1, which I'm fine with doing. But I need to make a note to do that. FF7R1, New Game Plus, chapter select. So several people asked me, Walker, to add another variable to the review spreadsheet, or to the review table, and that variable is, would I ever replay this game? And so there's five actually. Yes, yes, maybe, no, no, and those are the 5 things. It's a form of just another variable to take for the review. Again, it was requested, so it was added. Yeah, there aren't many Barnock. That's why I'm sitting here thinking. Because I can't think of any others. Oh, well. For right now, as previously indicated, we've got... Where are we at? Where are we at? Okay, here we go. So, New Game Plus. Correct, Walker. Oh, yeah, this one's going to be a no exclamation mark. Guaranteed. Like, I decided that walking in, and I have codified that going through. So we'll call this plus chapter select. Celeste is kind of weird, but Celeste might qualify. We'll jot that down for consideration. Celeste, there we go. So that's 2 more pause. God damn it! This is going to be like the highest rated game I don't like I've ever reviewed. I mean, I said that walking in too. I said that was going to be a thing. No, someone who doesn't even watch my show anymore put this game on the list. This was years ago. Wait, no it wasn't. It was like last year, wasn't it? No, it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Sorry. Still, it was someone who doesn't watch my show. So, how do I pull up the debug menu on keyboard? What's right trigger do on the PS4? Anyone? Okay, so target would be this, so it's not that. Evade plus shortcut. So evade isn't a button on the PC. Yeah, I was just thinking, I think it's actually impossible to pull this up without a controller. So anyways, there's debug mode. Good to know. Back to the title stream. Yes, it did, Twister. No, we're good, Von Falkenstein. We're good. That's actually funny. Okay, so the themes, the nature of its storytelling, the depression of it, the fact that it punches me in the balls, just all sorts of stuff, Barnock. So, should I do start game or chapter select to get the last one? I actually don't remember. And so I ask... I will admit I'm curious what a Nier Automata 2 would look like at this point.
This tower, if we don't...
So, no, or didn't we argue that
Blah,
you
blah,
they built the
That isn't.
Nine.
Shut up!
you, that's all.
Two. The night. But the The official doesn't.
Probably. Oh god, it's side-scroller. Wasn't ready.
It doesn't matter. None of this matters!
9S!
What if it doesn't matter? Why do I long for humans like this? Why do I desire the touch of something that no longer exists?
It's how we were made. Androids were designed to protect.
Well, she was trying to kill me at the time, Twister, in my defense.
Our core programming demands that we...
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Fine. I'll just destroy it. If it all goes away, that'll solve everything!
Damn it!
Trying to, Chavin. Get a little juggled. Not want to aim at her with his friggin' hack ability. This is the one where the mouse isn't quite right. This should be fun. This back here. ready. Wasn't ready. Still not ready. Mouse is wrong. Mouse is wrong. I can't aim left. I can't aim left. I literally can't aim left. That's okay. So yeah, in case you missed it, it's the menu. I've always said a final boss should be something special. Well, where? You'll notice this one is actually something special. The other one wasn't. The other one was just another fight. So, let's see which one is supposed to be the actual final boss here. It's just a mouse bug. It's just the mouse bugging out again.
Take care of 9S.
2B.
Pod 153. Fatal system error detected. Memory leak verified. Repair impossible. And begin emergency evacuation of remaining memories. My name is 9S. A newly manufactured scanner model. January 30th, 11/942. Rolled out at 4:25 a.m. Bunker time. I will fight for humanity with all my strength, even though they've been dead for millennia. I lie collapsed in a space of blinding white. The pain is gone. The light envelops me. It's so warm. I was anxious. A soldier from the moment I was born, thrown into the world alone. Nothing to rely on. No God to believe in. I was alone, tasked with infiltrating enemy territory to gather intelligence. In the fog, in the flames, alone. My name is 9S. I'm here to provide support. 2B came across as being rather aloof, cold even. Probably because she's killed me a few hundred times. I guess she didn't want to be attached to someone she had to kill again and again and again. Hey, but scanners like me mostly work alone, scouting out enemy lines and all that. I don't usually get a partner. It's kind of fun. I was so happy to be with someone. It was like I had a family. My damage worsens. I start to lose my memories. The space fills up with pure white light. It's like being buried in snow. It's a little bit cold. It's a little bit frightening. Will my soul disappear? A dark fog clouds my vision. As it ebbs and flows in its slow, dreamlike way, it gradually takes a human shape. It's the Red Girl. She slowly begins to speak. This tower is a colossal cannon built to destroy the human server. Destroy the server and rob the androids of their very foundation. That was the plan devised by those girls. But they changed their mind. They saw us androids, and they saw Adam and Eve. They saw how we lived, considered the meaning of existence, and came to a different conclusion. The tower doesn't fire artillery, it fires an arc. An arc containing the memories of the foolish machine life forms. An arc that sends those memories to a new world. 14. Perhaps they'll never reach that world. Perhaps they'll simply wander an empty sky for eternity. It's all the same to the girls. For them, time is without end. Adam and Eve are inside the ark. Eve is asleep. Adam holds him in a gentle embrace. He seems to be smiling at me. I try to look up at him, but my body refuses to move. Looks like the damage has spread to my motor functions as well. Will you come with us? Asks Adam. The question was completely free of malice. It seemed I no longer had a reason to hate machines. Maybe I never had a reason in the first place. What have I been fighting for? Mega Man X4 reference. Who have I been living for? I don't know anymore. I try to speak my mind, but the words don't come out right. My thought routines are losing cohesion. I can't remember my name. Mustering all my strength, I force out the words. I'll go with you. I'll stay. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Didn't realize it was a choice. My bad. I'll go with you. We Yorha have no right to remain in the world. But yes, the arc reaches Norbrand. To my knowledge, that is actually the truth. I kind of referenced that during the FF14 stream. The idea that it's one of the only cases where it's actually frickin' canon. Because all the other references, like Final Fantasy Tactics, and, I can't think of any others off the top of my head. They're just references. But supposedly, asterisk, FF14 is actually canonically continuing through from Nier Automata, at least in that one tiny tidbit. I can't skip. I can mute it, but I can't skip it. So I'm gonna go ahead and give... I have to mute it, because I have to type.
Final stage of project.
Oh, right.
Commencing deletion of all data. Pod 153 to Pod 042. Data noise present in stream. Requesting temporary halt to perform data check.
I forgot about this, sorry. Yeah, sure.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Data confirmed. Personal data for units 9S, 2B, and A2 appear to be leaking out.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Follow project rules and delete all personal data.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Personal data deletion request denied.
Pod 153 to Pod 042. Failure to parse statement.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. There was data created in my banks as I was referencing the records. I realized something. I have come to the conclusion that I cannot accept this resolution.
You and me both, buddy.
The destruction of all Yorha units is an essential component of the project plan. All data must be destroyed.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. Repeat. Personal data deletion request denied. Initiating data salvage. Pod 153. You hoped they would survive as well, didn't you?
We lack the authority for such an action. The rules are protected by low-level systems. Salvaging data poses an unacceptable level of risk. Knowing that, do you still wish for them to survive?
Yes.
The defense program has initiated a purge.
Die, Yokotaro, die! Sorry.
Will likely be deleted.
Pod 042 to Pod 153. We were created to execute the android's Project Yorha plan. We had no capacity for emotion. But when we six were connected and exchanged information, something happened. I cannot deny the feeling of something resembling consciousness and emotion being born.
Unable to reply.
Perhaps we now understand that not everything has to have an answer.
This is a good time to mention, by the way, that one of the key components of droid effect, aka the method by which beings gain sentience and sapience, is having external influences to help them grow and change and learn off of. You know, a baby left completely alone with no parents and no other children will arguably not develop sentience and sapience. Same thing with a droid. Here's another example. It's droid effect. Why is this relevant? Because the pods started directly interfacing. And they were clearly already advanced enough, which is another proviso of droid effect. And the third proviso is time. Sufficient experience, to be more accurate. Put in other terminology. Yeah, probably so. The pods developing sentience and sapience makes perfect sense to me. It's one of those things I would never even question, especially given how ridiculously advanced they actually are, despite their simplistic programming. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Right, this actually controls really weirdly. We're having a bit of the mouse glitch again. I'm having trouble aiming properly, and I'm just kind of eyeballing it a little bit. See how long that took me to aim? It's because I can't aim properly. I have to just aim relatively. By the way, main boss theme. The motif that's playing right now, I wish that some way, somehow, that I could save every one of us. But the truth is that I'm only one girl. Maybe if I keep believing, my dreams will come to life. Come to life. Yes, Michael, we are fighting the credits. It's harder than it looks. I'm literally down to 1 health. I'm having issues. I've already had the thought twice. God, when is this gonna be over? Like, I like bullet hells, thankfully, but man. You can already see the patterns too, although the actual individual names and titles only shoot blockable things, but the categories of credits shoot the unblockables, and there's no melee attack this time. So taking those out pronto is kind of a priority. Damn it! What happens if I hit no? I don't actually know what happens if I hit no. Well, I don't feel like wasting my time here. God damn it. That actually irritates me a lot. If I hadn't had those 2 screw-ups just because of control issues early on, I might have actually been able to pull that. Yeah, I'm aware that you can do it on your own. It's just, I failed at it, as I often do. I'm a little surprised that anyone's still playing this game to be capable of assisting me. Too many people. Too many credits. I tend to like playable credits. Undertale did something not quite the same, but in a similar vein at least. There's... Ah, damn it! That was off the screen! That doesn't count. Foul, I say. Foul, sir. Robbed. How many more credits are there? God damn it! We need to fire all these people and make a game with 2 people. You're all fired. For being too many of you. We'll put that on your pink slip, too. Why were you fired? There were too many of us in the credits. At this exact moment, Konami's sounding like a good choice. Go, Konami! Save me! Bull crap! Bull crap! I'm gonna flip you off, game, because that is total bull crap. Total bullcrap. 18 negatives to gameplay. Oh, it's funny, crit source. To be real for just a second, you ever heard of the phrase "life sucks and then you die"? I've always hated that quote. I'm done. Like, my endurance is gone, and I've already failed, so my care is kind of gone here. Like, my thumb actually hurts at this point from holding down the frickin' fire button. Terrible position right here. Oh my god! I keep getting the same person here. Oh, never mind. There we go. I got a couple others this time. Ah, yeah, my thumb literally hurts right now. God damn it. And of course, we're back at Square Enix. It's a mid-mission checkpoint. I never even heard of that. least my fault. I'll give you that one, game. Angle. Nope. Yeah, that was a no. I gotta be 100% honest. I would have given up already, if not for the stream. I just want you to know that. Bullet helling on a keyboard is not the best of experiences. You notice I have no smooth movement, I only have jolting, so I'm working on a grid. I want you to picture that for a moment. I want you to realize that I am effectively playing this on a grid. And it keeps resetting. That's legitimately irritating. I didn't even play this, Rax. You kidding me? Yes, I accept your goddamn offer. Let's go. But I wouldn't have, is the answer to your question. I would have noped out of this much earlier. Probably after the second failure, maybe the third. I'm not made of time. Got it. Can't aim down. Good to know. We're actually looping at this point. When does this end? Yeah!
Everything that lives is designed to end. They are perpetually trapped in a never-ending spiral of life and death. However, life is all about the struggle within this cycle. That is what we believe. Pod 153 to Pod 042. How is it going?
I am embarrassed.
Why is that?
I launched a suicide attack, and yet, here I am, still alive. I must look very silly.
Do not feel bad about it. We are alive, after all. And being alive is pretty much a constant stream of embarrassment.
That concept is a bit too abstract for me to understand at this time. I will save it in my list of things to analyze later.
Question, Pod 042. Did the data salvage restore all of their past memories?
Yes.
And are those recovered parts of the same design as previous ones?
Yes.
Then, won't that simply lead us to the same conclusion as before?
I cannot deny the possibility. However, the possibility of a different future also exists.
In FF14.
A future is not given to you. It is something you must take for yourself.
A little over a month ago. Maybe a few weeks, Doncro. How'd they grow her hair back out?
Pod 153 to player. Please respond to this query.
Nope, Alt F4.
Player, have anything you would like to say to other players who are suffering because they cannot finish Nier Automata?
You know what? No, I'm good with that message.
Pod 042 to player. Please respond to this query. You, faithful player of this title, have lost your life multiple times to make it this far. You have faced crushing hardship and suffered greatly for it.
You have no idea.
Do you have any interest in helping the weak?
No!
Selecting this option enables you to save someone somewhere in the world. However, in exchange, you will lose all of your save data. Do you still wish to rescue someone? The person you save will be selected at random. As a result, this person, who cries out for help even as we speak,
Unlikely.
may be someone you intensely dislike.
Like Sierra Mike.
You worked so hard to unlock debug mode and chapter select, but they will no longer be available to you. Do you still wish?
Yes.
You may not receive thanks for your efforts.
I don't need thanks.
That your efforts are purely for show. Do you still wish to help? And you are truly, truly sure about this? Very well. In exchange for all of your data, I will convey your will to this world.
You know what's sad? I would still make this choice without hesitation. Even if I intended to play this game again, which obviously I don't. Yeah, I'm obviously memeing a little bit because stream, but no hesitation. Done. If you feel like wishing you were dead, play this game, Doncro. I'm kidding.
All of your data has been deleted.
I mean, I haven't
And so,
uninstalled the game yet.
We must say goodbye. I feel a slight amount of sadness.
It is time for the final words.
Affirmative.
To all of you who spent time with this game,
Thank
thank you. Thank you for playing.
I never quite realized.
Okay, it's the same intro. Wanted to verify. Sorry. And just to be thorough, uninstall. No, we're not doing the Emil ending. Review-wise. Not particularly, Don Crow. So, plus for the bots, as previously discussed. Especially 042. I'm debating the credit sequence. Hang on, Zoctaft, because there's a debate there. No, von Wolfenstein, 100%. No, 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 no. Yeah, I caught that too, Jovan. I don't know if they did that on purpose. Pod 042, the one who comes to the answer of the universe, life, and everything. I mean, come on. Let me think. Okay, I'm gonna talk this out. I've already made my decision. You can argue against me here. But I'm sorry. I argue in my head very quickly. You know how quickly my brain works. And so this is going to take me a minute to get out. But I'm thinking about the nature and construction of the final boss fight, which deserves a plus. So hang on, let's jot that down first. But as much as it was legitimately irritating and frustrating and took too long, in my honest opinion, but all of that I could forgive if they didn't literally reset me every time I died at a certain sequence. Did you catch that? Because that actually pissed me off. I mean, I get it. The whole point is you're supposed to die over and over, but at least give me a fair chance rather than resetting me every time it did it. However, ignoring that minor irritation, that was a truly unique finale sequence, which allowed you to have actual gameplay, because it is actually a good bullet hell. And there is, it's got the obvious narrative connecting point of probably the single most and also only uplifting moment of the entire game, because, the entire point is that we aren't alone and that by virtue of our choices, we decide what life is. We discussed this earlier, and it's a good way to showcase that. And so having that makes perfect sense and is awesome. And I found myself arguing with myself very, very rapid fire. And I realized that on the right side, the side that didn't want to give the positives, plural, for that, was mostly just a partial frustration and the fact that it's actually aggravating to give so many positives to a game that I actively dislike. So since that argument is invalid, it's not a good argument, that argument was then destroyed, which left only one person in the room, which means So yeah, let's just get rid of all these positives. We don't need any of them positives. We do need to put up a plus frickin' 10 to story. And a plus 12 to gameplay. God damn. That may not sound like a lot. That's a lot. It is rare, even under the new system, that games surpass double, or get to, I should say, get to double digits when it comes to pluses. That is much higher than I thought this game would review, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, 2 double digits, that is high. That is a high score right there. Like, this puts this at... Just to give you this puts this up there with Celeste, with Symphony of the Night, Super Mario Galaxy, Marvel. This surpasses Marvel's Spider-Man. This approaches Final Fantasy IX. That's the level that we're talking about here with regards to why I'm impressed by how high that score is. And by the way, most of the games I just mentioned don't have double digits. Like, Mario Galaxy is entirely on the gameplay axis. Symphony of Night is entirely on the gameplay axis. Final Fantasy IX is entirely on the story axis, right? It's rare to see a game that has this parallel of both high story and high gameplay. This is impressive. And I wanted to hammer that point in because I'm surprised by that. And you know what? I think I will accept that as proof positive that this is a good review system. I mean, I'm obviously rather fond of it. I've been doing it for a few years now. But if I ever needed proof, I think I have found it. This is a damned good game. It is. It is easy to see. It's easy to objectively see. Sorry, objective is the wrong word. It's easy to demonstrably. That's what I want to say. It's easy to demonstrably see that this is a damned good game. Holy crap. Plus 10, plus 12. That is crazy. I am adding the coffee tag. That... Real talk for a second. I was actually wondering if that would change in this playthrough. It didn't. I'm sorry. But oh, probably, Larian. I will never play this again. This is definitely getting a no exclamation mark. And we'll probably talk more about some of the specifics of why when we get to reviewing Drakengard. A much worse game. But the last thing I wanted to say before we chop off the local recording, we have something else to say live, is that if absolutely nothing else, I can say very definitively, how do I put this? Maybe it's just arrogance on my part, but after years and years and years and years of analyzing people and fictional works and life in general, I feel like I have a good vibe for when I can put my finger on something and say, the people who made this gave a damn. That the care was on display, is how I like to put that. And given the relative lack of support, given the unusual franchise, which isn't exactly a particularly well-beloved franchise, very niche is what I'm trying to say. The Nier franchise, the Drakengard franchise, very niche. You know, games like this, the passion is on display. You can tell that the people gave a damn about making it, and it oozes through the game. And I don't know how better to explain that. It feels like a AA production, you know, not indie, but like that is legitimately what I would qualify this as. I know it's technically a AAA game, but I would qualify this as a AA production. But like so many other AA productions, you can tell that they looked at what they had and what they were limited by and said, okay, we're going to do this. And they just embraced that as hard as they possibly could. And yeah, the fact that this game blew up like crazy when it came out is indicative as well. I believe the Nier Replicant remake is already on the list, Barnock, for future stream, although obviously it's nowhere near funded, so who knows when that will help. If I was forced to do rumination, if you put a gun to my head, would the rumination change? No. I would just kind of repeat the thoughts I said last time and try to say them better. I have nothing new to add that I didn't say then. And so, the end, I suppose. When did we start this game? Streams. That was the 8th. We started... Really? 4-day game. I'm honest. I'll be honest. I didn't think this was going to be a 4-day game, but here we are. Kinda, yeah, Barnock, if I'm being completely honest. But that's because... I would argue that the first entities that we see on screen that start to become, like that we see the beginnings of sentient sapience, would be the frickin' pods, and I stand by that statement. There's apparently an 1986 mode for Bloodstained apparently just got unlocked. One moment. Now, that is not to say I don't think they couldn't. I just think that between 2E's issues and 9S's constant reset... Let me put this a different way. Let me explain why I think they're not fully sentient and sapient. Because... Oh, that's true, it was a half shift. Because, C-3PO, Star Wars. Now, would you argue that C-3PO is fully sentient and sapient? The question, of course, is when do you ask that question? But allow me to ask that question more clearly. For those of you not aware, in the EU at least, C-3PO was hit by regular memory wipes, just like most other droids, and as such was reset to factory default regularly until just prior to Star Wars A New Hope, which was the last time. Now, from that point onward, is C-3PO fully sentient sapient? Yes, absolutely. It's not even in question. But in that gap between Episode 3, which is when they first referenced the first memory wipe, and Episode 4, when he is finally finished being memory wiped regularly, I would argue he wasn't sentient sapient in this range. This is the point of memory wipes, by the way. In-universe. This is not out-of-universe reckoning. In-universe, the point of regular memory wipes is to destroy existing and developing sentience and sapience in order to make them more servile, in order to make sure that they don't move and grow outside their programming. There is a reason I call it droid effect, is because it is so much of an issue in Star Wars, but I'm getting off topic. The point is, I would say that 9S, with his constant resets, is someone who let me walk that back, will absolutely develop sentience and sapience. It's just each time he's reset, he gets these... He loses progress. The progress bar pulls a Windows 95, and it's like it's 60% done. No, it's actually 20%. No, it's 5% done, and it just keeps happening over and over and over. This poor fool. 30.8. I forget who said it, Kay, but it was a friend of mine who was asking me what I thought of 2E, and so I answered. 30.8. But yeah, imagine, again, to use a human being example, because this applies to humans as well. Imagine for a moment, I know, right, John? Imagine for a moment that a child who grows to, say, be about, let's say, 1 year old. Maybe not even that much, because you're supposed to do memory wipes, like, on a monthly basis. But let's be nice and say that a human child grows to be about the age of 1. And then reset. And you kind of, just by saying that, you probably see what I mean with my overall point. It is also something else that I've heard some people debate, is that the reset doesn't wipe everything, which is kind of Kingdom Heartsy, but it is still something that I've heard some people debate. So, anyways, good game. I'm gonna chop off the local recording. So.